Sometimes the gods don't strike with lightning. They strike with choice. And the weight of one decision can fracture an entire world. Faced with Ethan's shocking proposal, her mind raced. Could this impossible offer be the only way out of her public ruin? That's not funny. Ava Sinclair finally choked out, the words tasting like ash in her mouth. Her voice, usually so resonant when discussing the nuances of Renaissance sculpture or the vibrant chaos of contemporary installations, was now a ragged whisper. But Ethan Knight's intense, storm gray eyes held no humor, only an unnerving, almost predatory seriousness. They pinned her, those eyes making the opulent bridal suite of the Grand Serafina feel like a cage. The weight of 200 waiting guests, the cream of Iridia's city's elite, the ruin of her meticulously planned life, pressed down on her, threatening to crush the very breath from her lungs. How could this be happening? Was this some surreal nightmare she couldn't wake from? One moment, she was Ava Sinclair, celebrated art curator, about to marry Liam Ashworth, the golden boy of a dynastic family. The next, this jilted, abandoned, with Ethan Knight, Liam's arranged, formidable older brother, standing before her like some avenging angel, or perhaps the devil in disguise. Ethan, a man whispered about in hushed tones, the reclusive magnate who'd built an empire from the ashes of his father's near ruin, a figure of mythic proportions in the city's financial district, and a complete enigma to Ava. She'd met him, of course, at tense Ashworth family dinners, where he was a brooding, silent presence, his disapproval of Liam, and by extension her, a palpable force. Now he was her only lifeline. It was beyond absurd. I am rarely accused of humor. M.S. Sinclair. Ethan's voice was a low rumble, devoid of emotion, yet it sent a shiver down her spine. And I assure you, this is neuest. He gestured vaguely towards the window where the faint sounds of the string quartet tuning in the Grand Serafina's famed rose garden drifted up. The guests are seated. The officiant is ready. Everything is arranged for an Ashworth wedding. The implication hung heavy in the air. An Ashworth wedding? Not her Ashworth wedding? You expect me to just swap one brother for another? The words were out before she could stop them, laced with a hysteria she was desperately trying to suppress. Like choosing a different bottle of ridiculously expensive champagne. A muscle twitched in Ethan's jaw. Liam has disgraced our name. He has subjected you to an unimaginable humiliation. This is a solution, a way to mitigate the scandal. He took a step closer. His bespoke charcoal suit did little to soften the raw power he exuded. His scent, something clean and sharp like ozone after a thunderstorm, filled her senses, disorienting her further. It will be temporary, of course. Temporary. The word echoed in the sudden silence of the room. Her life, her marriage reduced to a temporary fix. A marriage on paper. He continued, his voice dropping to a more confidential, almost conspiratorial tone. You would want for nothing financially. The Knight resources, they are considerable. When sufficient time has passed, a quiet, amicable divorce, no further scandal. Your reputation and what little dignity our family has left, preserved. Family honor, Ava repeated, a bitter laugh escaping her. The Ashworths and their precious honor. It was all they ever talked about. And what about my honor? Mr. Knight? Or was that just a trivial detail in this grand scheme of yours? Ethan, he corrected, his gaze unwavering. In your honor, M.S. Sinclair, is precisely what I am offering to salvage. She turned away, clutching her arms, the silk of her grandmother's antique lace gown suddenly feeling like a shroud. 200 pairs of eyes, the city's most notorious gossips. Her career, which Liam's family had always subtly undermined, would be in tatters. Her small independent gallery, her sanctuary, would become a target for pitying glances and whispered speculations. Could she face that? The alternative was to step into another kind of fire. A sham marriage to a man who was practically a stranger. A dangerous, compelling stranger. You barely know me, she challenged, turning back to face him, a spark of her usual fire returning. We've hardly exchanged more than a dozen words at those stilted family gatherings. Liam's mother, the formidable matriarch Eleanor Ashworth, had always made sure of that, keeping her at arm's length. Something flickered in Ethan's eyes then, so quick she almost missed it. A shadow. Or was it understanding? I know enough, he stated, the words imbued with a certainty that was both infuriating and oddly reassuring. What did that even mean? What could he possibly know about the woman beneath the carefully curated public image? This was the first true mystery, a thread of intrigue in the tapestry of her despair. What did Ethan Knight truly know about Ava Sinclair? And why did that cryptic statement send a shiver of something other than fear down her spine? She took a deep, shuddering breath. If I even consider this insanity, she began slowly, her mind a whirlwind of panic and desperate calculation. There would have to be conditions. Ironclad. A ghost of a smile, so faint it might have been a trick of the light, touched his lips. It transformed his harsh features, hinting at a man rarely seen. I would expect nothing less. MS. Sinclair. Ava. She corrected him, a small act of defiance. If they were to do this, she would not be MS. Sinclair. The jilted bride. 1 year, not a day more. A generous settlement, as you so delicately put it, but one that reflects the inconvenience and the public role I'll be forced to play. We would live together for appearance's sake. Naturally, her voice faltered as the implication of that intimacy, even feigned, hit her. This was beyond a business arrangement. It was a life she'd be stepping into. Separate bedrooms. Of course. Ethan finished for her, his voice smooth as velvet over steel. Then, with a subtle inflection that sent an unexpected wave of heat rushing to her cheeks, he added, unless you decide otherwise. She ignored the provocative addendum, her cheeks burning nonetheless. There was again that undercurrent, that dangerous glint in his eyes that suggested this was more than just a pragmatic solution for him. And I maintain my complete independence. My gallery, my work, my friends, no interference. That is non-negotiable. Her gaze locked with his, daring him to challenge her. This was her line in the sand. He nodded. A single, decisive movement. Acceptable. He extended a hand. Long-fingered. Powerful. Do we have an agreement? Ava? She stared at his offered hand. This hand could pull her from the brink of social ruin, or it could drag her into an entirely different kind of abyss. This morning, she had been so certain of her future with Liam, a future of comfortable, if somewhat passionless, companionship. Now she was contemplating binding herself to his enigmatic, powerful older brother, a man whose true motivations remained shrouded in mystery, a man who, despite everything, stirred something within her that Liam never had. A dangerous curiosity, a reluctant awareness. Just as her fingers brushed his, a sharp, urgent knock echoed through the room. MS. Sinclair? Ava? The guests are concerned. The music has stopped. Is everything all right? It was Mrs. Peterson, the meticulous wedding planner, her voice tight with anxiety. Time had run out. The world was literally waiting at the door. Ava's eyes met Ethan's. His were steady, unreadable, yet in their depths, she thought she saw a flicker of anticipation. She took a deep breath, the scent of her bridal bouquet lilies and roses. Liam's favorite suddenly cloying. This was it, the point of no return, a desperate decision. She placed her trembling hand in Ethan's. His fingers closed around hers. Warm, strong, a surprisingly reassuring anchor in the chaos of her emotions. An unexpected current, like a jolt of electricity, shot up her arm, making her breath catch. Yes, she said, the single word of surrender and a declaration. An answer to Mrs. Peterson and an answer to Ethan Knight's unthinkable pact. Tell them the wedding will proceed shortly. As Mrs. Peterson's hurried footsteps retreated, Ethan's eyes held hers, something primal and possessive flaring in their storm-gray depths. You won't regret this, he said quietly, his voice a low vibration that resonated deep within her. He raised her hand to his lips, a gesture so archaic, so unexpectedly intimate it stole her breath. His lips brushed her skin, and an inexplicable flutter erupted in her stomach, a sensation she had never, not once, felt with Liam. Did she already regret it? Not for the reasons he might think. Not because she feared the unknown future, but because of that strange, forbidden thrill. Outside, the string quartet, cued by some unseen signal, began to play again. Not the joyful prelude they'd been practicing, but the stately, solemn notes of the wedding march itself. Her wedding march. In minutes, she would walk down that aisle toward a different man, a different life, a different destiny. The heavy oak doors of the bridal suite seemed to swing open of their own accord, revealing the long, flower-decked corridor leading to the garden chapel. Ethan stood beside her, a towering, immutable presence. He offered his arm, swallowing hard. Ava placed her hand on his sleeve. The fabric of his suit was impossibly fine, the muscle beneath unyielding. The walk was a blur. Faces swam in her peripheral vision, shocked, curious, scandalized. Whispers followed them like the rustle of autumn leaves. Is that Ethan Knight? Where's Liam? What in heaven's name is happening? Ava kept her gaze fixed ahead, her chin high, drawing on a reserve of strength she hadn't known she possessed. Ethan's presence beside her, surprisingly, was a steadying force. He moved with a quiet confidence that seemed to absorb the ambient chaos. They reached the entrance to the garden chapel. Sunlight streamed through the arched doorway, illuminating the expectant faces within. And there at the altar stood not Liam, but Ethan. He had somehow moved ahead of her, or perhaps time itself had bent to his will. He watched her approach, his expression unreadable, yet his eyes never left hers. As she took those final steps, a single rebellious thought pierced through her haze. Perhaps fate, in its cruelest, most twisted way, had just handed her the brother she was truly meant to be with. The ceremony itself passed in a haze of unreality. The scent of roses and lilies was overwhelming. The minister, a portly man whose confusion was barely masked by a veneer of professional calm, fumbled with his prayer book, clearly trying to adapt to the last minute. Shocking change of groom. When he asked, "Who gives this woman?" a voice Ava barely recognized as her own, clear and strong, answered before her flustered uncle could utter a word. "She gives herself." A flicker of something admiration, surprise, crossed Ethan's face, gone in an instant. The vows they exchanged were traditional words of love, honor, and devotion that felt like lies on her tongue. Yet Ethan's deep baritone imbued them with a strange, unsettling sincerity. When he slid the ring onto her finger, it wasn't the delicate sapphire Liam had chosen. Instead, it was a platinum band, stark and modern, dominated by a single, breathtaking black diamond that seemed to absorb all light, like a captured piece of the midnight sky. Where had it come from? This ring felt like him, powerful, enigmatic, with hidden depths. His fingers lingered on hers as he placed it, sending that now familiar warmth cascading through her veins. The black diamond ring, another mystery, another thread in the increasingly complex tapestry of Ethan Knight. "You may now kiss the bride," the minister announced, his relief palpable. Ava froze. This they hadn't discussed. The charade was one thing, but this public display of affection with him. Ethan stepped closer, his formidable frame eclipsing the world around her. His scent, that ozone and something else, something uniquely, disturbingly male, enveloped her. He cupped her face, his thumbs caressing her cheekbones with an unexpected gentleness that made her tremble. "May I?" he whispered, his breath warm against her lips. His eyes, so close now, were like swirling storm clouds. Promising. What? The question, so out of character for this commanding, decisive man, made her heart flutter, made it skip a beat. It was a courtesy she hadn't expected, a sliver of difference that disarmed her more than any demand could have. Could she deny him this in front of everyone? Could she break the illusion they were so desperately trying to create? She gave the slightest, almost imperceptible nod, and then his mouth descended on hers. It was meant to be brief, perfunctory, a seal on their unbelievable, unthinkable pact. It became anything but. The moment their lips touched, something ignited a spark, a shock, a jolt of pure, unadulterated electricity that arched between them, sizzling through the charged air. What started as a chaste, careful press of lips, a mere formality for the watching eyes, transformed in an instant. Ava gasped, an involuntary sound of surprise. Of something else. And Ethan, damn him, took advantage. His mouth slanted over hers, deepening the kiss with a sudden, shocking hunger that mirrored an unacknowledged yearning deep within her. His arms, strong as steel bands, slid around her waist, holding her flush against the hard, unyielding planes of his body. Her hands, as if with a will of their own, found their way to his chest, her fingers splaying against the fine fabric, feeling the frantic hammering of his heart beneath her palm. Or was that her own? They broke apart to a smattering of applause, polite but undoubtedly laced with stunned curiosity and knowing looks that assumed this sudden, inexplicable passion was the real reason for the last-minute change of groom. If only they knew. Ava's cheeks burned, a flush that had nothing to do with bridal modesty and everything to do with a man whose eyes, dark and intense, still held hers captive. They were filled with something that looked dangerously, terrifyingly like desire. Real desire. The kiss ignited a spark of confusion and unwilling awareness in Ava. As they faced the reception, the charade truly began. But this unexpected fire between them threatened to complicate their simple marriage contract. What happens when a desperate decision, a surreal wedding, and an unexpected kiss collide? The answer, Ava suspected, was going to be anything but straightforward. The wedding kiss had left Ava breathless and confused. Now she had to navigate the reception as Ethan Knight's bride, a role she never auditioned for, a part in a play she hadn't even known was being cast. "Breathe," Ethan murmured, his voice a low thrum against her ear as they broke apart from a kiss that had felt far too real, far too potent for a sham. His eyes, usually the color of a gathering storm, were darker now, turbulent with an emotion Ava couldn't decipher, didn't dare to. Was it triumph, or something far more dangerous? The applause, a scattered, uncertain sound at first, grew as they turned to face the sea of stunned faces in the Grand Serafina's grand ballroom. She felt the heat rise in her cheeks, a blush that had nothing to do with bridal modesty, and everything to do with the unnerving man whose hand now rested possessively at the small of her back. His touch was a brand, searing through the delicate antique lace of her gown. The reception that followed was a masterclass in Ethan Knight's control. He moved through the glittering crowd with an effortless grace, Ava a silent, shell-shocked automaton at his side. To each bewildered guest, to every raised eyebrow and whispered question, he presented a carefully crafted narrative. "Liam, He explained with an air of regretful sincerity that Ava found chillingly convincing, had been called away on urgent, unavoidable Ashworth family business a crisis that couldn't be ignored. And rather than disappoint their cherished Ava, rather than postpone the celebration of their love, he, Ethan, had stepped in. Theirs, he implied with a subtle glance towards Ava that managed to convey both deep affection and long-suppressed passion, was a love that had been quietly simmering beneath the surface for years. A hidden flame, finally, unexpectedly, given leave to burn bright. It was a performance worthy of an award, and Ava, trapped in her gilded cage, could only play her part, her smile fixed, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and a dawning, horrified admiration for his audacity. "You're quite the actor, Ethan," she managed to whisper during a rare moment when they weren't surrounded by a throng of Viridia City's elite, all craning their necks for a better look at the city's newest, most scandalous couple. Her smile felt brittle, as if it might shatter at any moment. "Who says I'm acting, Ava?" he replied, his voice a silken murmur for her ears alone. But his eyes, when they swept over her, were intense, unreadable. Before she could even begin to dissect that unsettling pronouncement, they were interrupted. Of course, they were. The entire evening felt like a series of calculated interruptions orchestrated by him. Daniel Ashworth, Ethan and Liam's father, materialized before them. The patriarch of the Ashworth dynasty. Daniel was a man whose disapproval could wither fortunes and crush ambitions. His patrician features, usually arranged in an expression of benign authority, were now a mask of polite, icy disbelief. Ava had always felt like an insect under his scrutinizing gaze. Tonight, she felt like one pinned to a display board. "Well, Ethan, Ava," he drew out her name as if tasting something unfamiliar and possibly unpleasant. "This is unexpected." His cold, assessing gaze flickered from his son to her, lingering on the magnificent and undoubtedly ruinously expensive night black diamond now adorning her finger. "When I received word of the switch," he continued, the slight emphasis on the word switch making Ava flinch, "I naturally assumed it was some manner of elaborate, if tasteless, joke." "Father," Ethan acknowledged with a slight, almost imperceptible nod. No warmth, no deference, just a statement of fact. "I'm gratified you could attend on such short notice." Daniel's gaze, sharp as a shard of ice, settled on Ava. "MS. Sinclair, or should I address you as Mrs. Night now?" The question was a silken threat. "You've certainly managed quite the upgrade today." The insinuation was clear. She'd traded up from the charming but less powerful Liam to the formidable Ethan. Ava felt Ethan tense beside her, his hand tightening almost imperceptibly at her waist. But before he could speak, she found her voice, a cool, steady tone that surprised even herself. "It's still Ava, Mr. Ashworth," she replied, meeting his gaze directly. "And I believe I'm the one who's fortunate today, not Ethan." Where had that come from? This sudden, fierce need to defend the man who had essentially coerced her into this charade. Something flickered in Daniel Ashworth's cold eyes. Surprise? Reluctant approval? It was impossible to tell. He turned back to Ethan. "I expect a full, and I do mean full, explanation tomorrow. At the office. 10 sharp. We'll be on our honeymoon." "Father," Ethan responded, his tone utterly devoid of compromise, leaving no room for argument. Ashworth Consolidated can surely wait. My wife cannot. The word wife hung in the air, a gauntlet thrown. Dominic Ashworth's lips thinned, but he merely gave a curt nod before turning on his heel and disappearing into the throng. The unspoken tension, the family disapproval, was a palpable force, an invisible wall pressing in on them. Honeymoon? Ava hissed as soon as her new father-in-law was out of earshot. That wasn't part of our hastily scribbled marriage contract. Ethan, it's expected. Ava, he replied, his hand still warm against her back. A strangely steadying presence, and quite necessary for appearances. Unless you prefer to face a barrage of questions from the Veridius City Clarion immediately. He had a point. A very Ethanite point. Pragmatic. Irrefutable. The man thought of everything. Where, pray tell, are we supposedly going on this necessary honeymoon? A ghost of a smile, the second she'd seen that day, touched his lips. It did alarming things to his usually severe features. My island in the Azure Isles. Private, secluded, and yes, he added, his eyes glinting with something that might have been amusement or perhaps a challenge. Separate bedrooms, as promised. The thought of being alone with Ethan Knight on a private island, even with the assurance of separate bedrooms, sent a shiver down Ava's spine that wasn't entirely composed of fear. What was this strange pull she felt toward him? This unwilling fascination. The rest of the reception passed in a blur of champagne, 4 smiles, and carefully navigated conversations. Ava felt like a puppet, Ethan pulling the strings with an invisible, unbreakable finesse. He never left her side, his hand a constant. Possessive pressure at her waist as they greeted guests who offered congratulations laced with barely concealed curiosity and speculative glances. He was the consummate actor, the billionaire playing a role, and she his unwilling leading lady. As midnight approached, they made their grand exit, a flurry of suggestive cheers and knowing winks following them out of the Grand Serafina's ballroom. But instead of the opulent honeymoon suite Liam had booked at the Empyrean overlooking Lumina by a sweet Ava, now realized she would never see Ethan drove them himself. Not in one of his fleet of chauffeured limousines, but in a sleek, understated matte black sports car that seemed to devour the city streets. He navigated the glittering expanse of Veridius City with a focused intensity, finally pulling up before a towering skyscraper of black glass and steel that pierced the night sky. Night Tower, his corporate headquarters and, apparently, his home. Home. Sweet home, Ethan said, his voice laced with a dryness that was almost ironic as he ushered her into a private elevator that whisked them silently upwards. The doors opened directly into a foyer larger than Ava's entire former apartment in the city's bohemian quarter, the Knight penthouse. It was exactly what she might have expected from him, had she ever dared to imagine it. Sleek, modern, a symphony of monochrome and masculine elegance. Vast spaces defined by clean lines and breathtaking floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a panoramic vista of Veridius City glittering below like a carpet of fallen stars. Yet amidst the cool perfection, there were surprising touches that spoke of a genuine, discerning artistic appreciation. Original paintings hung on the walls, not the safe. Predictable investment classics she might have anticipated, but bold, challenging works from emerging, even controversial artists. Her curator's eye, even in its dazed state, recognized undeniable talent and a fearless, uncompromising taste in every piece. Who is this man? Your room is this way, Ethan said, his voice breaking the silence, leading her down a wide, minimalist hallway, the polished obsidian floors reflecting their images like a dark mirror. I had your things brought over from Liam's, from your apartment while we were at the reception. The guest Sutino, her suite, she supposed, for the next year was beautiful, stunning. In fact, decorated in soothing creams and muted blues, with an entire wall of windows overlooking the sprawling expanse of Obsidian Park. And there, on the king-size bed, lay her suitcases, the ones she'd so carefully packed for her honeymoon with Liam. The sight of them was a jarring, brutal reminder of how drastically, how irrevocably, Her life had changed in the span of 12 short, cataclysmic hours. From bride-to-be to jilted at the altar to Mrs. Ethan Knight. It was too much. We should discuss the terms more formally, Ethan said, his voice pulling her from her spiraling thoughts. He remained in the doorway, a tall, dark silhouette against the hallway light, as if reluctant to fully breach her newly assigned space. The man who had kissed her with such shocking, unexpected passion at the altar was gone, replaced once more by the cool, controlled businessman she vaguely remembered from those excruciating Ashworth family dinners. Which one was real? Or were they both facets of a complex, impenetrable whole? Now, Ava asked, the exhaustion of the day, the emotional whiplash suddenly washing over her in a crushing wave. Her voice was barely a whisper. Ethan, it's been a rather long day. Something in his expression, a flicker in those storm gray eyes, softened almost imperceptibly. Tomorrow, then, he conceded, I have the contract prepared. Of course. He did. Contracts. How utterly romantic. The unspoken sarcasm must have been evident on her face because a dangerous, almost wolfish smile curved his lips. I believe we firmly established at the altar, Ava, that conventional romance might be problematic between us. Heat rushed to her face at the memory of that kiss. That devastating, world-altering kiss. That was for show, wasn't it? She challenged, though her voice lacked conviction even to her own ears. His voice lowered, a husky intimacy that sent illicit, unwelcome shivers down her spine. An interesting theory, Ava. Pity your body's rather emphatic contradiction. You're not him, she said suddenly, the words sharper than she intended. A desperate need to establish some kind of boundary in this bewildering new reality. I won't be a replacement. I am not Liam's discarded toy for you to pick up. In an instant, he crossed the room, the space between them vanishing. He stopped inches from her, so close she could see the tiny flecks of silver in his gray eyes. Smell the intoxicating clean scent of his skin. Feel the warmth radiating from his body. Let me be unequivocally, perfectly clear. Ava, he said, his voice a low, commanding rumble that she felt more than heard, a vibration that seemed to resonate in her very bones. I have never, not for one solitary second, seen you as Liam's anything. You were always too extraordinary for him. The words, raw and unexpected, hung between them, charged with implications neither of them was ready or willing to explore. Ava's heart hammered against her ribs. A frantic bird trapped in a cage. His gaze dropped to her lips, lingered there for a heartbeat, then rose again to meet her eyes. For one breathless, terrifying moment, she thought he might kiss her again. Part of her, a reckless, traitorous part, almost wished he would. Instead, he stepped back, the mask of cool control snapping back into place. Get some rest. Ava, he said, his voice once again a bland, neutral tone. Tomorrow, we discuss the details of our arrangement. He turned to leave, his broad shoulders filling the doorway. Ethan, she called after him, unable to stop herself. Why? Why did you really do this? The truth this time. He paused in the doorway, his back still to her, his shoulders tense. For a long moment, she thought he might ignore the question, might simply walk away and leave her in this gilded cage with her unanswered questions and a growing, unwelcome sense of dread and something else, something that felt disturbingly like anticipation. Then, without turning, his voice a mere whisper that barely reached her across the expanse of the luxurious room, he said, Perhaps, Ava, perhaps I've been watching you, truly seeing you, for much longer than you realize. The door clicked shut behind him, the sound echoing in the sudden, profound silence. Ava was left alone, the weight of his cryptic statement pressing down on her, sending equal parts fear and a strange, forbidden excitement coursing through her veins. She sank onto the edge of the enormous bed, her suitcases a silent testament to a life that no longer existed. What had she done? And what, or who, had Ethan Knight truly been watching? As dawn broke, Ava realized their arrangement was already far more complicated than paper and promises. Ethan's cryptic remarks and the undeniable chemistry between them suggested a turbulent path ahead, especially as he revealed another surprise the next morning, a fully equipped art studio built just for her weeks before she ever became his wife. How much deeper did his secrets run? Haunted by Ethan Knight's mysterious words and the undeniable, unsettling pull she felt towards him, Ava faced a new day in their gilded cage, only to be confronted by more of Ethan's calculated yet strangely personal gestures. How much deeper did his secrets run? And why did she find herself wanting to unravel them, even as every instinct screamed for self-preservation? I had a complete wardrobe delivered for you, Ethan stated coolly over breakfast the next morning. They were on the penthouse terrace, a vast expanse of limestone and glass overlooking Obsidian Park, the city of Iridia City sprawling beneath them like a conquered territory. The sun was a pale disk in the hazy sky, doing little to warm the chill that had settled deep in Ava's bones. His gaze was intense, those storm-gray eyes assessing her reaction as she stared at the perfectly ripe mango and artisan pastries a silent, uniformed attendant had just placed before her. Mrs. Davies, my housekeeper, will assist you with anything you require. Ava felt a flash of indignation, sharp and hot. A new wardrobe? Ethan, I have clothes. She thought of her carefully curated collection of vintage finds and pieces by independent Iridia City designers. Clothes that spoke of her personality, her passion for art and individuality. You are now Mrs. Ethan Knight, he said, his voice calm, yet brooking no argument. Certain adjustments are to be expected. Appearances must be maintained. He sipped his black coffee, his eyes never leaving hers. Consider it part of our arrangement. Later, when Mrs. Davies, a woman whose prim efficiency made Ava feel like an untidy interloper, showed her into the dressing room adjoining her suite, Ava understood. It wasn't just a few new outfits. It was an entire curated persona. Racks upon racks of designer dresses in muted, sophisticated jewel tones, tailored suits that whispered of power and influence, shoes that cost more than her monthly gallery rent, even delicate, expensive lingerie in silks and laces, tags still attached, all at her size. It was a breathtaking display of wealth and possession. Was this another attempt to mold her? To transform Ava Sinclair, the independent art curator, into a suitable, polished accessory for Ethan Knight, the reclusive magnate? Was this his idea of a corporate marriage? Pride and a stubborn streak of defiance made her bypass the new acquisitions. She chose instead a simple, defiantly cheerful yellow sundress from her own suitcase, a dress she had packed for her anticipated honeymoon with Liam on the sun-drenched shores of the Cerulean coast. Now it would serve as armor, a small, silent rebellion, a reminder, mostly to herself, that she remained Ava Sinclair beneath the newly acquired, heavy mantle of Mrs. Knight. Would anyone even notice the difference in this opulent prison? When Ethan returned that afternoon from whatever clandestine dealings occupied his days at Knight Industries, he found her not in her suite, not exploring the vast, museum-like penthouse, but in the designated morning room, staring blankly at a priceless abstract sculpture that seemed to writhe with an inner turmoil that mirrored her own. My father is retiring from Ashworth Consolidated, Ethan announced without preamble, his voice startling her. He stood in the doorway, a tall, imposing figure, his tailored suit impeccable, not a hair out of place. The board is deliberating on his successor. They vote next month. He paused, his gaze unreadable. He believes, and the more conservative board members concur, that a settled family man would inspire more confidence than a bachelor with a certain reputation for intensity. So that was it. The reason for this charade. The core of their corporate marriage. She was a prop. A very well-dressed, well-housed prop in his ascent to the Ashworth throne. The sting of it was surprisingly sharp. So, I'm merely a pawn in your corporate power play. Ethan? The words were out before she could temper them with the cool detachment she was striving for. His jaw tightened. You are much more than that. Ava. She met his gaze directly, challenging him. Then what am I to you? Ethan? Truly? The question, bold and raw, hung between them, charged with unspoken possibilities. She saw something flicker in his eyes, a momentary breach in his formidable control, a glimpse of something raw and honest threatening to break through. Could he actually feel something beyond a strategic imperative? But then his phone, a sleek, impossibly thin device, buzzed with an incoming message, shattering the moment. He glanced at it, his expression hardening, the brief vulnerability vanishing as if it had never been. Business demands attention, he said, his voice once again cool and distant. Even on my supposed honeymoon. He turned to leave, then paused. However, I have a proposition for you. Something perhaps more aligned with your interests than languishing in this penthouse while I attend to unavoidable matters. Despite her determination to remain aloof, to resist his influence, a spark of interest ignited within her. I'm listening. I have a private art collection, he said, his voice taking on a different timbre, a hint of something almost personal, pieces not displayed publicly. I would value your professional opinion on them. Her curator's instinct, the part of her that lived and breathed for art, stirred. A private art collection belonging to Ethan Knight. What would it contain? Predictable old masters? Flashy contemporary pieces bought for investment rather than passion? What kind of collection? She asked, her voice carefully neutral. A hint of something akin to vulnerability. So unexpected it caught her off guard. Crept into his expression. Emerging artists, primarily. Those without the established connections to break into the traditional gallery system. Artists from unconventional backgrounds. He looked away for a moment towards the stormy cityscape visible through the vast windows. It's a personal passion, not merely a business investment. The admission surprised her. The Ethan Knight she thought she knew, the one whispered about in Viridia's City's boardrooms and exclusive clubs, seemed too calculating. Too pragmatic for passion projects that didn't yield a tangible return. This was a new facet, another layer to the enigma. I like to see that, she admitted, the words softer than she intended. Relief, definite and unmistakable, flickered across his features. Good. We'll go after I return this afternoon. He hesitated, then added, there is a studio on the lower level of the penthouse, fully equipped. If you'd like to work while I'm gone. The private elevator in the West Hall. Full access has been coded to your fingerprint. Before she could respond, before she could even process this new, startling piece of information, a studio was gone, leaving Ava to wonder just how many more surprises Ethan Knight had in store. And why, despite everything, did each revelation, each glimpse behind his carefully constructed facade, only deepen her unwilling fascination? Later, drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Ava found a private elevator. It opened silently onto a space that literally stole her breath. A vast, double-height studio bathed in the perfect, clear light of a northern exposure, with soaring ceilings and walls lined with empty canvases of every conceivable size. Shelves were stocked with an artist's dream, paints in every hue, brushes of sable and hog hair, charcoals, pastels, every supply imaginable. All of the highest quality. In one corner, a small, comfortable sitting area with a vintage leather couch and a gourmet coffee station completed the picture. It was an artist's sanctuary, a perfect, bespoke cage. When did you do this? She whispered to the empty, echoing room, her fingers tracing the bristles of a brush that probably cost more than her last month's earnings from her own small gallery. How could he have anticipated this? The soft hum of the elevator announced his return. 2 weeks ago, Ethan's voice came from behind her, making her jump. He stepped into the studio, his expression, as always, impossible to read. 2 weeks. Ava whirled to face him, her mind reeling. But that was before. Before Liam had shattered her world. Before Ethan had stepped in with his outrageous, life-altering proposal. Yes, he confirmed, moving past her to adjust the automated blinds, flooding the space with even more of the pristine afternoon light. Before Liam left you at the altar. Before our arrangement. I don't understand. Her voice faltered, the implications swirling through her mind like a disorienting fog. Why would he create a perfect artist studio for her? For Ava Sinclair, weeks before she became Mrs. Knight, his wife by desperate circumstance. What hidden motives were at play here? This felt less like a provision of their contract and more like something else entirely. Something deeply personal and unsettlingly prescient. Ethan turned to face her then, and for a fleeting moment, his usual mask of iron control slipped just enough to reveal a startling vulnerability beneath. Because I've seen your work, Ava, he said, his voice softer now, almost gentle. The pieces you showed at the Cobalt Gallery last spring. The Nocturne series. He knew the name of her series. The one displayed under a pseudonym to avoid any Ashworth interference. You have an extraordinary, undeniable talent. A talent that deserves to be nurtured, not stifled. She stared at him, struggling to reconcile this man, this patron, this connoisseur of her hidden work with the ruthless businessman, the cold-hearted strategist, the brother who had so calmly announced his own sibling's desertion. How did he even know those pieces were hers? They were exhibited anonymously. A small act of rebellion against the Ashworth's expectation that her art remain a charming hobby. A rare, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips. I pay attention to things that interest me. The intensity of his gaze made her pulse quicken, a frantic bird against her ribs. And you, Ava, you interest me more than you can possibly know. The words, heavy with unspoken meaning, hung in the air between them. Before she could formulate a response, before she could even breathe, he gestured toward a discreet, climate-controlled door at the far end of the studio. My private art collection is through there. When you're ready. Her mind racing, Ava followed him. The Ethan Knight who created an artist's dream studio for a woman he barely spoke to, who recognized her anonymous work, who then married her when his brother fled. This was a man she didn't know at all. A man of contradictions, of hidden depths, of unervingly accurate foresight. The temperature dropped noticeably as they entered the gallery space, and Ava stopped dead in the doorway, stunned into silence. This wasn't the collection she'd braced herself for. Not the predictable array of investment-grade masterpieces one might expect from a billionaire of Ethan Knight's stature. Instead, the walls were alive with raw, passionate, often challenging works from artists she recognized as emerging. Vital talents, many from underprivileged backgrounds, voices the mainstream Viridia's city art world, with its obsession with established names and auction prices, frequently overlooked or dismissed. There was a daring, almost visceral energy to the collection. These are, she breathed, moving instinctively towards a powerful, unsettling triptych by a young sculptor from the city's marginalized Docklands district. an artist whose work Ava herself had championed unsuccessfully to several established galleries. Incredible. She turned to Ethan, her earlier indignation, her fear, momentarily forgotten, replaced by a burgeoning, unwilling respect. You approve? Something almost anxious colored his tone. It was the most human she had ever seen him. Approve? She echoed, moving from piece to piece with growing excitement. Her curator's eye alight. Ethan, this isn't just money thrown at famous names. This is a real collection. Thoughtful, cohesive. It takes risks. It champions the overlooked. You actually understand art. When she turned back to him, the naked vulnerability in his expression, the undisguised hope for her genuine appreciation, took her breath away. For the first time, truly, she was seeing behind the formidable mask of Ethan Knight, catching a fleeting, tantalizing glimpse of the man beneath the layers of power and control. Most people, he said quietly, his voice a low rumble, assume I simply buy what my advisors tell me will appreciate in value. This isn't about investment. She gestured around the extraordinary collection, her voice filled with a newfound conviction. This is about passion. This is about seeing beauty and truth in unexpected, often challenging places. He stepped closer, his proximity once again sending that strange electric current through her. Close enough that she could smell that clean ozone of his mingled with something woodsy and undeniably exclusive. Few people understand that about me. I'm beginning to think, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper, that I don't understand much about you at all. As if summoned by the charged atmosphere, a sudden, violent thunderclap shook the massive penthouse windows, making Ava jump. Outside, the clear afternoon sky had transformed with shocking speed. Dark, bruised storm clouds were rolling in from across the obsidian sound, swallowing the city in an ominous gloom. Viridia's city, summer storms. Ethan commented, his voice steady, though his eyes, as they met hers, seemed to reflect the turbulence gathering outside. They arrive without warning, and they can be quite spectacular. As if on cue, the heavens opened. Rain began to lash against the panoramic windows, the sky darkening to a premature, eerie twilight. Lightning, stark and brilliant, flashed across the cityscape, illuminating Ethan's face in sharp, dramatic relief, fall hard angles, and brooding intensity. He looked like a fallen god surveying his tempestuous domain. We should probably head upstairs, he suggested, his voice a low murmur. But neither of them moved. They were caught, suspended in the strange, unexpected intimacy of the moment, surrounded by art that spoke volumes about the hidden facets of Ethan Knight, revealing more about him than any words ever could. Another blinding flash of lightning, closer this time, was followed almost instantly by an earth-shattering crack of thunder. The lights flickered, then died. Darkness, absolute and consuming. Ava gasped, reaching out instinctively. Seconds later, soft blue emergency lights activated, bathing the gallery and its occupants in an ethereal, otherworldly glow. Backup generator, Ethan explained, his voice sounding deeper, more resonant in the sudden, profound stillness. The main systems will restart momentarily. In the muted, ghostly light, Ava became acutely aware of just how close they stood. The electric tension that had been simmering between them since she'd first stepped into his bridal suite now seemed to crackle in the air, a palpable force that matched the fury of the storm raging outside. His eyes, in this dim emergency illumination, appeared darker, more mysterious, like deep, fathomless pools. You haven't asked about Liam, he said unexpectedly, his gaze fixed on her face, watching her reaction with that unnerving intensity. The mention of her former fiancé, the man who should have been her husband, should have sent a pang of grief, of anger through her. But Ava realized with a jolt of surprise that she'd barely thought of Liam all day, not since Ethan had walked into her life and turned it upside down. "No," she admitted, her voice a little unsteady. "No, I haven't." "Why not?" Ethan pressed, his voice soft yet insistent. She considered the question, the truth of it surprising even herself. "Because," she said slowly, meeting his gaze in the dim, charged silence. "Yesterday, I thought I knew exactly what my life would be. Today, nothing is as I expected. I suppose I'm still trying to understand the present before I even think about looking back at the past." He stepped closer then, so close she could feel the heat radiating from his body, smell the faint, clean scent of his skin. His presence was overwhelming, magnetic. "And what do you understand about the present, Ava?" he murmured, his voice a silken caress that sent shivers down her spine. Her heart hammered against her ribs. "A wild, trapped thing. That there's more to you, Ethan Knight, than I ever realized." She whispered, "That this arrangement between us, it might be far more complicated than a simple business transaction." His gaze dropped to her lips, lingered there for an agonizingly long moment, then rose again to lock with hers. "Much more complicated," he breathed, the words a promise and a warning. Another flash of lightning illuminated the gallery, followed by a deafening crack of thunder that seemed to shake the very foundations of Night Tower. Ava gasped, an involuntary cry, and instinctively stepped forward, her hands landing flat against Ethan's chest. His shirt was cool beneath her palms, the fabric fine and expensive, but beneath it, she could feel the solid, unyielding warmth of him, the steady, powerful beat of his heart accelerating to match her own. Instead of stepping away, instead of creating distance, his arms came around her, strong and sure, steadying her, drawing her closer. Time seemed to stretch, to distort, as they stood there, caught in the eye of the storm, both internal and external. Her hands splayed against his chest, his arms encircling her. The scent of hemsandalwood, cedar, and that uniquely Ethan essence enveloped her. Intoxicating, overwhelming. "Ava," he murmured, her name a question, a plea, a sigh against her hair. She looked up, her gaze meeting his, and what she saw in those storm-gray depths, now dark with an emotion she was terrified to name, stole the very breath from her lungs. The air between them crackled, charged with the same raw, untamed electricity as the tempest raging outside. She should step away. She absolutely should. She should remember this was a temporary arrangement, a marriage of convenience, a contract. She should remember she'd been about to marry his brother just yesterday. This was madness, utter, complete madness. Instead, inexplicably, irresistibly, she found herself rising on her tiptoes, drawn to him like a moth to a dangerous, all-consuming flame, like a magnet finding its inevitable, inescapable counterpart. The main lights in the gallery and throughout the penthouse flared back to brilliant, uncompromising life, just as their lips were a breath away from meeting. The spell, so potent, so dangerously alluring, shattered. The interrupted kiss left both Ava and Ethan shaken. The raw intensity of the moment hung between them, undeniable and deeply unsettling. Ethan, sensing the need for a change of scenery, a space away from the charged atmosphere of the city and the penthouse, proposed a weekend trip to his secluded lake house, a place where secrets and perhaps hearts might finally be laid bare. Would Ava agree to this further entanglement? Or will the return of the lights signal a return to the cold reality of their contract? The charged atmosphere from their almost kiss lingered, a tangible thing in the vast, opulent penthouse. Ethan's invitation to his private lake houser, was it a command? promised either a much-needed escape from the suffocating confines of their new reality or an unwelcome intensification of their already dangerously complicated bond. Ava, still reeling from the revelations about the art studio and Ethan's unnerving foresight, found herself agreeing before she could truly process the implications. What choice did she have? Really? Pack for the weekend. My lake house. Just us. Ethan had announced over breakfast 3 days later, the words delivered with his usual quiet authority. Yet Ava thought she detected something new in his eyes. A flicker of vulnerability, almost uncertainty. Or was that just wishful thinking on her part? They had circled each other cautiously in the intervening days, sharing stilted meals under the watchful eye of Mrs. Davies, retreating to their separate, luxurious wings of the penthouse. Each night, Ava would lie awake, the feel of Ethan's body pressed against hers in the darkened gallery, the memory of his almost kiss, replaying in her mind like a forbidden film. The man was an enigma, a dangerous, compelling puzzle she couldn't resist trying to solve, even as every instinct screamed at her to run. "When do we leave?" she'd asked, striving for a casual tone that felt utterly false. "In an hour," he'd replied, not missing a beat. "The helicopter will take us from the rooftop." A helicopter? Of course. Why was she even surprised? Naturally, Ava had retorted, a hint of her old spirit surfacing. "Do you possess any mode of transportation that doesn't positively scream billionaire Ethan Knight? A bicycle, perhaps? Or is that too pedestrian for the likes of Knight Industries?" A rare, almost startled, genuine smile had curved his lips then, transforming his usually severe features, making him look younger, almost approachable. It did alarming things to her pulse. "I confess, Ava, my bicycle is currently undergoing extensive, and no doubt ruinously expensive, carbon fiber retrofitting. However," he'd added, a teasing glint in his storm gray eyes, "I do keep a rather battered '67 Mustang convertible at the lake house for sentimental reasons." A vintage Mustang is hardly normal. "Ethan," she'd laughed, the sound startlingly genuine in the vast, echoing space of the morning room. His expression had softened, the smile lingering. "You have a beautiful laugh. Ava, you should employ it more often." The unexpected compliment, so personal, so unlike the guarded man she thought she knew, had warmed her despite herself. "Perhaps you should endeavor to provide me with more reasons to laugh then." "Ethan." Something had heated in his gaze then, a sudden, fierce intensity that made her breath catch. "I shall endeavor to do just that. Ava, I shall work on it diligently." And so, 2 hours later, they were soaring above the sprawling metropolis of Iridia City in Ethan's sleek private helicopter, the city receding beneath them like a discarded architect's model. Ava, despite her outward composure, gripped the plush leather armrest tightly as they flew over dense emerald green forests and glittering sapphire blue lakes. She wasn't used to such overt displays of wealth, such effortless command over the very elements. It was unnerving, and yet undeniably thrilling. Could this be what power felt like? "Nervous?" Ethan asked, his voice a low murmur beside her, noticing her white knuckles. "Just unaccustomed to airborne chariots," she admitted, trying for a light tone. Without hesitation, he reached across the small space separating their seats and covered her hand with his. His touch was warm, strong, surprisingly gentle. The simple gesture sent an unexpected wave of warmth radiating up her arm, a strange sense of security. It was ridiculous. This man was her captor, in a way, the architect of her current bizarre predicament. "We'll be on solid ground soon," he said, his thumb absently stroking the back of her hand. When they finally landed on a meticulously manicured lawn that swept down to a pristine, breathtakingly beautiful lake. Ava gasped. The lake house. If such a magnificent structure could be called by so humble a name, was a stunning, audacious masterpiece of modern architecture. Glass and dark, weathered stone seemed to emerge organically from the rugged hillside, cantilevered over the sparkling azure water, blending seamlessly with the wild, untamed beauty of the surrounding forest. It was a fortress of solitude, a testament to power and impeccable, if somewhat intimidating, taste. You like it? Ethan asked, his hand lingering at the small of her back as he helped her from the helicopter, the rotor blades still whipping the air around them. It's incredible, Ava answered honestly, her voice barely a whisper. The air here was different, crisp and clean, scented with pine and damp earth, so far removed from the rarefied, recycled air of Night Tower. Did you design this? A flicker of something that might have been pride, or perhaps a rare vulnerability, crossed his usually impassive features. Yes, he admitted, his gaze sweeping over the house and the surrounding landscape. This is the one property I built entirely to my own specifications. My sanctuary. Inside, the lake house was even more revealing, where the Viridia City penthouse was impeccably designed, a monument to minimalist luxury and corporate power. This space was unmistakably, intimately Ethan. Warm, hand-hewn woods contrasted with cool, slate-gray stone. Towering fireplaces promised roaring fires. Deep, comfortable-looking leather armchairs and sofas invited quiet contemplation. And art, everywhere. Art not arranged for show, not to impress, but for obvious personal pleasure. Bold, challenging canvases hung alongside delicate, intricate sculptures. Ancient artifacts shared space with cutting-edge digital installations. It was the collection of a true connoisseur, a man of deep, if hidden, passions. There's no staff here, Ethan explained, his voice softer, less guarded than she was used to. Just us. The implications of those two simple words, just us, hung in the cool, still air between them, heavy with unspoken possibilities. No eagle-eyed Mrs. Davies, no silent, disapproving Daniel Ashworth. Just Ethan and Ava, miles from civilization, alone. Was this an escape or a different kind of trap? The thought should have terrified her. Oddly, it didn't. Not entirely. After a surprisingly delicious lunch, Ethan, it turned out, wasn't accomplished, if somewhat intense. Cook showed her the sprawling property. They walked along winding forest paths, the silence broken only by the crunch of their footsteps on fallen leaves and the distant cry of a hawk circling overhead. He pointed out a hidden cove where he sometimes swam in the icy lake waters, a rugged cliff face he'd climbed countless times, and then, nestled amongst a grove of ancient, whispering pines, he showed her another art studio. Another one? Ava asked, her voice laced with an amusement she didn't try to hide. Ethan, do you have a secret ambition to corner the market on artist studios? A faint smile touched his lips. This one has been here for years, he admitted, pushing open the heavy wooden door. Unlike the pristine, state-of-the-art studio in the penthouse, this one was smaller, more rustic, filled with the comfortable clutter of a working artist. Canvases in various states of completion were stacked against the walls. Jars crammed with brushes stood on a paint-spattered trestle table. The air smelled of turpentine and linseed oil, a scent that was instantly familiar, deeply comforting to Ava. I come here sometimes, he confessed, his voice dropping, a surprising hesitancy in his tone, to attempt my own artistic efforts. The confession stunned her into silence. Ethan Knight, the reclusive billionaire. A painter? It seemed incongruous. Impossible almost. He shrugged. a self-deprecating gesture that was entirely out of character. I paint badly, he admitted, a faint flush rising on his high cheekbones. But I find it freeing. Show me, Ava requested softly. Her curiosity piqued, her earlier antagonism momentarily forgotten. This was a side of Ethan she couldn't have imagined in a million years. Hesitation flickered in his eyes. A brief moment of vulnerability before he turned one of the larger canvases towards her. Ava caught her breath. It wasn't bad. Not all. The technique might have been untutored, raw even, but the emotion captured in the abstract landscape was undeniable. Bold, almost violent slashes of midnight blue and deepest black were shot through with unexpected, incandescent veins of gold and crimson. It was a canvas of turmoil, of passion, of a deeply buried pain. It was, in its own way, breathtakingly honest. This is powerful. Ethan, she said, looking up at him, seeing him, truly seeing him perhaps for the first time. Honest. You feel things very deeply, don't you? Behind that fortress you build around yourself. Something shifted in his eyes then, the storm gray darkening, intensifying, too deeply, some might say. I don't think that's possible. Ava countered, her voice gentle. Depth of feeling. That's what makes us human. Ethan, that's what connects us. A low rumble of thunder echoed in the distance. A sudden, ominous counterpoint to their quiet conversation. Storm's coming, Ethan noted, his gaze flicking towards the sky visible through the studio's large picture window. The clear, crisp autumn day was rapidly giving way to a bruised, angry sky. We should head back to the house. As if on cue, fat raindrops began to patter against the studio roof, quickly intensifying into a torrential downpour. Ethan grabbed a well-worn leather jacket that was hanging by the door, holding it over them both as they stepped out into the sudden deluge. Ready to run for it? He asked, a sudden boyish grin transforming his usually stern features, making him look years younger, almost carefree. They raced through the woods, the rain plastering their hair to their faces, their clothes quickly becoming soaked despite the inadequate shelter of the jacket. Ava found herself laughing, a genuine, unrestrained sound that mingled with Ethan's deeper chuckle. It was absurd, ridiculous. This powerful control man, this billionaire titan of industry, now looking like a drowned rat, his usually impeccable suit clinging to his broad shoulders, his dark hair slicked to his forehead, and she, the jilted bride, the reluctant wife, was laughing with him, truly laughing. When had that last happened? By the time they reached the shelter of the lake house's deep, covered porch, they were both drenched to the skin, breathless, and inexplicably exhilarated. Ava couldn't stop laughing, leaning against one of the massive stone pillars for support. The absurdity of the situation, of her entire life, suddenly striking her as hilariously, wonderfully insane. Is this particularly amusing to you, Ava? Ethan asked, though amusement danced in his own storm-gray eyes as he watched her. You look, she gasped, struggling for breath between peals of laughter. You look like you fell into the lake. Ethan Knight. Do I now? A playful, almost wicked light entered his expression. And you, I suppose, look perfectly presentable. Mrs. Knight? Before she could react, before she could even anticipate his intent, he shook his head vigorously, sending a spray of cold rainwater cascading over her. She shrieked in surprise. Then, without thinking, retaliated, flicking water from her own soaked hair and fingers directly at his face. He caught her wrist, his laughter fading, his eyes suddenly locking with hers. The atmosphere on the porch shifted instantly, the playfulness evaporating, replaced by a sudden, palpable tension. Charged. Electric. Water droplets clung to his dark eyelashes, making them look even longer, impossibly dark. His soaked shirt was nearly transparent, molding to the powerful, muscled contours of his chest. Ava's breath hitched. Her own thin cotton dress was similarly plastered to her skin, and she was suddenly, acutely aware of his gaze. Hot and intense, tracing the lines of her body. We should go inside, Ethan said, his voice suddenly rough, strained. Before we catch cold. After surprisingly quick, separate hot showers, a lake house, naturally, had multiple spa-like bathrooms. Ava, wrapped in a thick, fluffy bathrobe that smelled faintly of Ethan, cedar, and something else uniquely him, found him in the cavernous great room, building a fire in the massive stone fireplace. He'd changed into faded jeans that hugged his powerful thighs and a soft, heather gray Henley that stretched across his broad chest. His dark hair, still damp and appealingly tousled, made him look younger here, more approachable, somehow earthier, stripped of his corporate armor. More real. Much better, she murmured, sinking onto the plush, oversized rug before the crackling fire, the warmth seeping into her chilled bones. I'm enjoying seeing this side of you, Ethan. He joined her on the rug, the firelight casting dancing golden highlights across his strong, sculpted features. And what side is that, Ava? The real Ethan Knight, she said, meeting his gaze directly, her voice surprisingly steady. Not the billionaire CEO, not the formidable, untouchable head of the Ashworth Knight dynasty, not even Liam's older, disapproving brother. She took a breath. Just you. As the storm raged outside, the wind howling around the eaves of the lake house, the rain lashing against the panoramic windows, something shifted between them. Walls carefully constructed over years began to crumble. Truths long buried began to emerge. My mother brought me here when I was a child, Ethan confided, his voice low, almost hesitant as he stared into the flames. Before the divorce, before Liam was even born, this was our place, our refuge, the only place where my father's expectations couldn't reach us. And after she left? Ava asked softly, sensing the deep, old pain in his voice. A shadow, stark and bleak, flickered in his eyes. My father sold it. The day I made my first million, the very first million I earned free of his influence, I bought it back, piece by piece. This intensely personal revelation, this glimpse into the wounded boy beneath the powerful man, touched Ava deeply. It explained so much: his fierce independence, his distrust of his father, his connection to this wild, beautiful place. They continued talking for hours as night fell, sharing stories. Tentative discovery. The excellent vintage Cabernet Ethan had opened, loosening their usual restraint. She told him about her grandmother, the artist who had raised her, about her passion for her small gallery, her dreams of championing unknown artists. He listened, truly listened. I should have known you were different, Ava said suddenly, the wine making her bold. Different from what everyone described. That night at the Cobalt Gallery, with my Nocturne series, my anonymous pieces, you were the only one who asked about the emotion behind the work, not the investment potential, the only one who saw me. Ethan's eyes, dark and intense in the firelight, held hers. I remembered you immediately, from the moment I saw you across that crowded room. So passionate, so brilliant, so utterly oblivious to your own allure. When Liam introduced us later, when he claimed you with that proprietary air of his, you were already falling for my charming, feckless younger brother. And I was too late. Lightning, distant now, flashed momentarily, illuminating the room before plunging it back into the warm, firelit intimacy. Another storm, Ethan observed, his voice a low rumble. Nature seems determined to trap us together, doesn't it? I don't mind, Ava admitted, the words surprising her with their honesty. I'm enjoying getting to know the real you. Ethan. His eyes darkened, a dangerous warning light rekindling in their depths. Be careful what you wish for. Ava, the real me might not be what you expect or want. I think, she said, leaning forward, drawn by an irresistible force. I think that's precisely what makes you so interesting. You're deeper than you let anyone see, aren't you? Something dangerous, something primal, flashed in his eyes as he set down his wine glass with a deliberate, almost unnervingly slow movement. And what if that depth contains things that would disturb you? Like what? She challenged, her heart beginning to pound, a wild, exhilarating rhythm against her ribs. What secrets did he hold? Like the fact, he confessed, his voice raw now, stripped of all artifice, resonating with years of suppressed emotion. That I've wanted you, Ava Sinclair, since the very moment I first laid eyes on you 3 years ago across that gallery floor. His gaze burned into hers. Like the fact that watching you with my brother, watching him take you for granted, was its own special kind of hell. Like the fact that when he abandoned you at that altar, a part of Maya dark, selfish part I'm not proud of was glad. Ava's breath caught in her throat. Shock, hot and dizzying, mingled with a strange, terrifying exhilaration. This was it, the truth, or at least a devastating part of it. Why? Why didn't you ever say anything? She whispered, her voice trembling. What would I have said? Ava? His voice was laced with a bitter self-mockery. That my own brother had effortlessly claimed the one woman who had ever made me feel anything? That I noticed everything about you? The way your eyes light up when you talk about art. The way you unconsciously twist that silver ring on your little finger when you're deep in thought. The way you taste like sunshine and forbidden dreams? He stopped, his chest heaving, his control shattering. Then why this arrangement? She pressed, needing to understand, needing to unravel the tangled threads of his hidden motives. Why the contract, the separate bedrooms, the promise of a quiet divorce? Ethan's expression softened then, the harsh lines around his mouth easing, his eyes filled with a raw, aching vulnerability that mirrored her own. Because, he said, his voice barely audible above the crackling fire and the distant rumble of the storm. I didn't want to be your consolation prize. I couldn't bear to be your second choice. The man you settled for out of desperation or convenience. I wanted you to see me, really see me, not as Liam's replacement, not as a means to an end, but as Ethan. The raw, unvarnished honesty of his confession stole her breath, cracked open something deep inside her that she hadn't even known was still closed off. I'm seeing you now, Ethan, she said softly, her voice thick with unshed tears. Instead of answering with words, Ava moved slowly, deliberately across the small space separating them on the firelit rug. Her fingers, trembling slightly, reached out to trace the strong, unforgiving line of his jaw, feeling the slight roughness of his evening stubble beneath her touch. I'm not thinking about Liam, she whispered, her gaze locked with his. I haven't been. Not for days. Not since you. With a groan that seemed torn from the very depths of his soul, a sound of pure, agonized longing, Ethan pulled her into his arms. His mouth found hers, not with the shocking hunger of their wedding kiss, but with a desperate, devastating tenderness that shattered her remaining defenses. This kiss was raw, real, overwhelming in its fierce, undeniable honesty. His hands framed her face, cradling it as if she were something infinitely precious, beyond measure. His thumbs stroked her cheekbones with an aching gentleness, even as his mouth claimed hers with a possession that was both terrifying and exhilarating. Ava melted into him, her fingers tangling in the dark, silken strands of his hair, pulling him closer, her body arching against his. When they finally broke apart, both breathless, trembling, the world seemed to have shifted on its axis. The storm outside still raged, but within the warm, firelit cocoon of the great room, a different kind of tempest had just been unleashed. "I don't want to rush you, Ava," Ethan said, his voice rough with emotion, his forehead resting against hers. We have time." "What if?" she asked, her voice a husky whisper, something warm, bold, and wonderfully certain unfurling in her chest, a feeling she hadn't experienced in so very long. "What if I don't want to wait, Ethan? What if I want to know right now what it truly feels like to be desired by you? Not as part of a contract, not for appearances, but just me." His eyes, when he lifted his head to meet hers, flared with a sudden, incandescent heat. "Be very certain, Ava," he warned, his voice a low, possessive growl, "because if you invite me to your bed tonight, there's no going back. No pretending this is just an arrangement anymore. This changes everything." In answer, Ava rose slowly to her feet, her gaze never leaving his. She extended her hand to him. When he took it, his fingers closing around hers, strong and sure, the simple touch felt like a vow, more binding, more real than any words they had exchanged before a bewildered minister and a stunned congregation. As the storm continued to rage outside, mirroring the tempest in their hearts, they discovered each other with a raw, passionate intensity that left them both shaken and irrevocably changed. Ethan worshipped her body with a reverence, a thoroughness, a patient, tender attention that left Ava gasping, arching, shattering into a million incandescent pieces. He was nothing like Liam, who had always been rushed, selfish, focused on his own gratification. Ethan was everything. "Look at me, Ava," he commanded softly, his voice a silken rasp against her skin as she approached the precipice, the very edge of sensation. "I want to see you." Their eyes locked, storm gray meeting hazel green, as pleasure, exquisite and overwhelming, overtook her, wave after shattering wave washing through her body, cleansing her, remaking her. Ethan followed moments later, her name a raw, broken prayer on his lips. Afterward, cocooned in the warm aftermath, he held her close, his heartbeat gradually slowing beneath her cheek, a steady, reassuring rhythm in the quiet room. Outside, the storm continued to rage, but within their sanctuary, a different kind of storm had passed, leaving a fragile, tentative, breathtaking clarity in its wake. "This," Ethan murmured against her hair, his voice thick with an emotion she couldn't quite name. "This changes everything." Ava smiled, a genuine, contented smile that reached her eyes, now soft and luminous in the flickering firelight. She realized with a sudden, startling certainty that for the first time since that devastating moment at the altar, she felt no regret, no doubt, only certainty, a terrifying, exhilarating certainty that sometimes, just sometimes, fate, in its most unexpected, even cruelest machinations, took you down the most unforeseen paths for the best possible, life-altering reasons. Their night of passion changed everything, shattering the pretense of their arrangement. But as dawn broke on their newfound intimacy, the shadow of their one-year contract and the world outside the lake house bubble began to creep in. Could this fragile, intense connection survive the harsh realities awaiting them back in Neo-Viridia, especially when ghosts from their past refused to stay buried? The passion of the lake house had irrevocably altered their arrangement. Ava felt a dangerous hope, but the return to Viridia City loomed. threatening their fragile new bond. Could this fledgling intimacy survive the harsh glare of reality? Especially when the man she was supposed to marry decided he wanted her back. Waking in Ethan's arms the following morning, cocooned in the warmth of his body and the lingering scent of their lovemaking, Ava felt a profound sense of rightness. It was terrifying. The pale dawn light filtered through the massive windows of the lake house bedroom, casting golden patterns across the tangled Egyptian cotton sheets. For a moment, just a moment, she allowed herself to simply be, to feel. Ethan stirred beside her, his arm tightening possessively across her waist, his warm breath a soft caress against her neck. She turned carefully to face him, her fingers tracing the strong, uncompromising line of his jaw. In sleep, the harsh angles of his face softened, the usual intensity that marked his expression replaced by a surprising vulnerability that tugged at something deep inside her. Something she hadn't known was still capable of feeling. As if sensing her gaze, Ethan's storm gray eyes opened, immediately focusing on her face with a startling, unnerving clarity. "You're still here?" he murmured, his voice rough with sleep, a hint of incredulity in his tone. Ava smiled, a slow, genuine smile that reached her eyes. "Did you think I wouldn't be Ethan Knight?" He drew her closer, his hand sliding up her bare back, the callous tips of his fingers sending delicious shivers across her skin. "I half expected to wake and find last night was a dream." His voice was a low rumble against her ear. "One I confess I've had many times before. Ava, far too many." The raw honesty of his confession, the unexpected admission of long-held desire, sent a wave of warmth blooming through her chest, chasing away the last vestiges of her fear. "How long, Ethan?" she whispered, needing to know, needing to understand the depths of this man who had so unexpectedly, so completely upended her life. "How long have you wanted this?" His eyes, so close now, never left hers, their gray depths turbulent with an emotion that stole her breath. "From the first moment I saw you, Ava, 3 years ago at the Cobalt Gallery opening. You were explaining color theory, the emotional resonance of cobalt blue, to some unappreciative, pompous collector who was more interested in the investment potential of the canvas than its soul." A faint, self-mocking smile touched his lips. "Your passion, your intelligence, the way your eyes lit up when you spoke about something you loved. You were magnificent, utterly magnificent. But you never approached me," she said, a knot forming in her throat. Not until Liam." A shadow crossed his face, the brief moment of openness shuddering. "I was about to," he interrupted, his voice suddenly harsh. "That night at the gallery, I had finally worked up the courage to ask you to dinner, to actually speak to you like a normal human being, instead of just observing you from afar like some damn voyeur." He exhaled sharply. Then Liam, my ever-charming, ever-opportunistic brother, walked in, his arm possessively around your waist, introducing you as his date, his latest conquest. Ava's heart ached at the remembered pain in his voice, the years of unspoken longing. She remembered that night clearly now, the way Ethan's expression had flickered, had shuddered at Liam's proprietary gesture, how he'd withdrawn into a cool, distant formality that had chilled her even then. Oh, the wasted years, the misunderstandings, the what-ifs. "My brother," Ethan continued, his voice laced with a familiar bitterness, "always did have impeccable, if infuriating, timing." He threaded his fingers through her hair, his touch surprisingly gentle. "And now, after all this time, I finally have you in my arms. Ava." His gaze dropped to her lips. "Even if," he added, his voice dropping to a husky whisper, "even if it's only for this one damnable year." The reminder of their agreement, The one-year contract jarred her, a sudden, unwelcome intrusion into the fragile intimacy they had forged. Last night had shifted something fundamental between them, hadn't it? Or had it? Their marriage, despite the passion, despite the confessions, remained a carefully constructed arrangement with a looming expiration date. Could this newfound connection, this terrifying, exhilarating hope, truly survive the terms of their bargain? Could they build something real on a foundation of lies and convenience? Before she could voice her anxieties, before the unspoken fears could take root and poison the delicate bloom of their morning, he captured her mouth in a kiss that swept away all thought of time limits, of contracts, of anything but him. His hands, those strong, capable hands, traced the curves of her body with a reverent possession, relearning the secrets he had discovered in the heat of the night, branding her as his. "Ethan," she gasped as his lips blazed a trail of fire down her throat, finding the sensitive spot just below her ear that made her arch against him. "Tell me what you want." "Ava," he demanded softly, his body moving over hers. A warm, possessive weight. "Tell me everything you want." "You," she answered without hesitation, without thought, the word a raw, honest admission torn from the depths of her soul. "Just you, Ethan. Only you." Their lovemaking in the clear, unforgiving morning light was different from the desperate, passionate urgency of the night before. It was slower, deeper, more deliberate, a rediscovery, a reaffirmation, a silent, unspoken acknowledgement of the profound shift that had occurred between them. When they finally lay spent and tangled in each other's arms, the sun had risen fully above the shimmering lake, painting the room in hues of brilliant gold and soft rose. It felt like a new beginning. But was it? "I could get used to mornings like this," Ethan murmured against her hair, his voice thick with contentment. "Same," Ava replied, feeling oddly shy, almost virginal, despite the profound intimacy they had just shared. She snuggled closer, her head resting on his chest, listening to the steady, reassuring beat of his heart. "Though I'd never have pegged you for a late riser." "Mrs. Knight," he chuckled, the sound a low vibration against her cheek. "I'm usually up before dawn," she confessed. But then, "Ethan, I've never had such compelling reasons to stay in bed." The casual, almost playful comment shouldn't have affected her so strongly. Yet Ava felt something warm and delicate unfurl inside her. A dangerous, tenacious tendril of hope. Hope that this, whatever this was, might actually be real, might actually last. They eventually emerged from the cocoon of the bedroom, sharing a late breakfast on the sun-drenched deck overlooking the impossibly blue lake. Ethan, to Ava's continued surprise, moved around the state-of-the-art kitchen with a surprising domestic ease, preparing fresh, potent coffee and perfectly fluffy omelets studded with wild mushrooms he'd apparently forged himself earlier that morning. "Who is this man? You're absolutely full of surprises." "Ethan Knight," Ava commented, watching him as he expertly flipped an omelet, his movements economical and precise. Billionaire recluse, ruthless CEO, discerning art collector, surprisingly adept chef. "Is there anything you don't excel at?" A shadow, fleeting but undeniable, crossed his face. "Relationships," he said, his voice suddenly devoid of its earlier warmth. "I've never been particularly good at them." "I find that incredibly hard to believe," she said lightly, trying to coax back the more open man she'd glimpsed. "It's true," he stated, placing a steaming mug of coffee before her, his expression unreadable. "I'm too intense, too demanding, too much." He paused. "At least, that's what I've invariably been told by those who've dared to get close enough to find out." The raw vulnerability in his admission, the glimpse of past hurts, past rejections, touched her deeply. Maybe, she said softly, her fingers tracing the rim of her coffee mug. Maybe you've just never found someone who matches your intensity. Ethan, someone who isn't afraid of it. His eyes, those mesmerizing storm gray eyes, met hers, and something profound, something unspoken yet deeply understood, passed between them. Maybe, he conceded, his voice a low caress. Maybe I haven't. Until now. The unspoken words seemed to hang in the crisp autumn air. The rest of the day, and the one that followed, unfolded in a bubble of perfect, almost surreal harmony. They swam in the crystal clear, bracingly cold lake, their laughter echoing across the still water. They hiked for miles along ancient forest trails, Ethan pointing out rare wildflowers and hidden waterfalls, his knowledge of the natural world as extensive and surprising as his knowledge of art. He even taught her to drive his precious, temperamental '67 Mustang along the winding, deserted country roads, the wind whipping through her hair, a sense of exhilarating freedom washing over her. By unspoken mutual agreement, they avoided any discussion of Viridia City, of Liam, of Daniel Ashworth, of their one-year marriage contract. They lived instead in a precious, fragile bubble of newfound intimacy, a stolen idol far removed from the harsh realities of their other lives. It was an idyllic retreat, a temporary reprieve. But how long could it last? As sunset painted the sky in spectacular, breathtaking hues of fiery orange and deepest rose, they sat together on the weathered wooden dock, their bare feet dangling in the cool, clear water. Ethan's arm rested lightly around her shoulders, his fingers absently tracing patterns on her skin, sending little shivers of awareness through her. The silence between them was comfortable now, companionable, filled with unspoken emotions. Tell me something real. Ethan, Ava said suddenly, breaking the spell, needing to ground this dreamlike experience in some kind of tangible truth. Something no one else knows about you. A secret? He was quiet for so long, his gaze fixed on the fiery spectacle of the setting sun, that she thought he might not answer, that he might retreat once more behind his carefully constructed walls. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, contemplative, imbued with a surprising melancholy. I almost walked away from the family business, from Ashworth Consolidated. Once, he admitted, the words so quiet she had to strain to hear them above the gentle lapping of the waves against the dock. Years ago, after I finished my studies at the Sorbonne, I wanted to open a small gallery in the Marais for unknown artists. People with immense talent, but without the right connections, without the gilded Ashworth name to open doors for them. He paused, a muscle working in his jaw. I wanted something real, something of my own. What stopped you? Ava asked gently, sensing the deep, old pain behind his words. His expression darkened, the familiar mask of ruthless control slipping back into place for a moment. My father, he said, his voice flat. He had a convenient heart attack. Liam, of course, was far too young, too irresponsible, too busy chasing women and squandering his allowance to even consider taking over the reins of the company. The responsibility, as always, fell to me. The bitterness in his tone was unmistakable. The prodigal son summoned home to save the crumbling Ashworth empire. It's a familiar tale, is it not? Do you regret it, Ethan? She asked, her heart aching for the idealistic young man he must have been, the dreams he'd been forced to sacrifice. Sometimes, he acknowledged, his gaze returning to the now darkening water. Every damn day. Some days. He turned to her then, a surprising softness in his eyes. But the position, the power, it has given me the resources to help artists in other ways. Funding scholarships anonymously, of corsindoing chairs at art colleges, making quiet donations to struggling community arts programs. He shrugged, a hint of his earlier self-deprecation returning. It's not the same as discovering the next Rothko in some dusty Parisian garret, but it's something. Ava tilted her head, studying him in the fading light. The enigmatic billionaire, the ruthless corporate raider, the secret philanthropist. How many more Ethans were there hidden beneath the surface? You're a better man than most people in Viridia City realize. Ethan Knight, she said softly, with a conviction that surprised herself. He gave a short, humorless laugh. Don't be too sure of that. Ava, I've done things I'm not proud of, to protect what's mine, to build what I have. We all have. Ethan, she said quietly. That's part of being human, isn't it? Making mistakes, living with the consequences. He turned to face her fully then, taking both her hands in his expression suddenly fiercely serious. Ava, I need you to know something. What happened between us last night? What's happening between us now? This wasn't part of my plan. None of it. His thumb stroked the delicate skin of her wrists. No, this was supposed to be an arrangement. Clean. Simple. A business transaction, as you so aptly put it. His fingers traced the curve of her cheek, his touch sending a jolt of electricity through her. But there is nothing simple about the way I feel when I'm with you. Ava. The raw, unvarnished honesty in his voice, in his eyes, stole her breath. Ow, how do you feel, Ethan? She whispered, her heart pounding. His eyes, the color of a stormy sea, held hers captive in the fading twilight. Alive, he said, the word a raw exhalation. For the first time in years. Maybe ever. Like the walls I've spent a lifetime building around myself are crumbling. And I should be terrified. God knows I should be. He paused, his gaze searching hers. But instead, she prompted, her voice barely audible when he fell silent, the tension between them almost unbearable. Instead, he said, his voice dropping to a husky whisper that sent shivers down her spine. I find I only want to build something new with you. Ava, if you'll let me. The words, so unexpected, so vulnerable, so utterly unlike the Ethan Knight she thought she knew, hung between them, charged with a terrifying, exhilarating meaning. This was no longer a marriage of convenience. This was no longer a business arrangement. Something profound, something irrevocable had shifted between them in the sanctuary of his lake house. Instead of responding with words, Ethan drew her into his arms, his kiss tender yet possessive, a silent promise in the deepening dusk. Against her lips, he whispered, we don't need to define this yet. Ava, we have time. Or at least, he amended, a hint of his usual wryness returning. We have the remainder of our one-year contract. But as they walked hand in hand back towards the warm, inviting glow of the lake house, the stars beginning to prick the velvety black canvas of the night sky, Ava wondered if time was truly their ally or their enemy. Their agreement, that damned pragmatic agreement, still specified 1 year. What would happen when that year ended? Could she allow herself to give her heart completely, to truly build something new with this complex, compelling man, knowing there was a built-in expiration date? It felt like an impossible gamble, as if sensing her unspoken turmoil. Ethan pulled her close when they reached the wide, stone-flagged porch, his arms encircling her from behind as they gazed out at the myriad stars emerging diamond bright above the ink-dark lake. I don't want to return to Viridia City, he murmured against her hair, his voice a low, rough vibration, to reality. We have to eventually, she reminded him softly, though a part of her, a large part, echoed his sentiment. This idyllic retreat, this bubble of unexpected intimacy, felt too precious, too fragile to expose to the harsh glare of their other lives. I know, he sighed, his arms tightening almost imperceptibly around her. But when we do, promise me one thing. What is it, Ethan? He turned her then, slowly to face him, his expression more vulnerable, more open than she had ever seen it. Promise me, he said, his voice husky with an emotion she couldn't quite decipher. Promise me you won't regret this. Us. The unspoken question beneath his words was clear, a raw plea in the starlit darkness. When their idyllic bubble inevitably burst, when the real world, with all its complications and demands, intruded, would she retreat? Would she allow the shadows of their past, of Liam, of their unorthodox beginnings, to extinguish this fragile, nascent flame between them? Rising on her tiptoes, Ava pressed her lips to his. A soft, "Rio för min kish." I promise. Ethan, she whispered against his mouth. No regrets. Later that night, as moonlight spilled like liquid silver across the vast bed where they lay entwined, Ethan traced lazy, possessive patterns on her bare shoulder. What are you thinking about, Ava? He asked, his voice a sleepy murmur against her skin. She hesitated for only a moment, then decided on complete, unadulterated honesty. This new, vulnerable Ethan deserved nothing less. That this wasn't how I expected my honeymoon to be, she confessed softly, his body tensed almost imperceptibly beside her. And? He prompted, his voice carefully neutral. It's better, she added, her voice a mere whisper, turning to press a kiss to his strong shoulder. So much better, Ethan, than I could ever have imagined. The tension visibly drained from him as he pulled her closer, his arms a warm, secure haven. I want to give you everything. Ava, he murmured into her hair. Everything you deserve. Everything Liam was too blind, too foolish to ever appreciate. As she drifted towards sleep, cocooned in Ethan's embrace, Ava realized with a startling, heart-stopping clarity that their bizarre, hastily contracted arrangement had somehow, miraculously, evolved into something neither of them had ever anticipated, something that felt dangerously, wonderfully, irrevocably like love. What she didn't know, couldn't possibly know, was that even as they created their private, idyllic paradise by the lake, forces were already gathering back in the glittering, cutthroat metropolis of Viridia City. Shadows from their past, and from Ethan's, were stirring, threatening to test this fragile, newfound bond to its absolute breaking point. The peace of the lake house was indeed only temporary. Reality, in the form of Liam Ashworth's unwelcome return, was about to intrude with a vengeance. Ethan Knight's cold reaction to Liam Ashworth's flowers had created an immediate, chilling chasm between them, as Ava Sinclair sought refuge in her art, attacking a blank canvas in the opulent studio Ethan had so presciently created for her. An unwelcome visitor from his past arrived, poised to add yet more fuel to the already smoldering fire of doubt and jealousy. Could their fragile, lake house forged connection withstand the machinations of a scorned ex-girlfriend and a manipulative former fiancé? Or will the shadows of suspicion and deceit consume them entirely? Hours passed in a blur of fierce, almost violent brushstrokes. Ava channeled her confusion, her hurt, her burgeoning anger onto the canvas. Dark, turbulent colors swirled and clashed, bruised purples, stormy grays, slashes of furious crimson. She was so absorbed in the tempestuous landscape emerging from her inner turmoil that she didn't hear the private elevator chime announcing an arrival on their floor of the night tower penthouse. Assuming it was Ethan, perhaps returning early from his meetings, perhaps ready to bridge the icy silence that had fallen between them since the incident with Liam's ostentatious orchids. She turned, words of tentative reconciliation or perhaps sharp accusation already forming on her lips. But it wasn't Ethan. The woman who stepped gracefully out of the elevator and into the studio was a vision of icy, sculpted elegance. Tall, willowy, with a mane of sleek, raven black hair that cascaded over the shoulders of her impeccably tailored, brutally expensive designer suit, something by a Parisian couturier Ava vaguely recognized from the glossy pages of Viridia's City Vogue. Her eyes, the color of polished obsidian, assessed Ava with a cool, calculating appraisal that made Ava instantly uncomfortably aware of her own paint-splattered linen smock and the errant curls escaping her hastily tied-up hair. The woman carried herself with the innate, unshakable confidence of someone who had never been denied anything she truly wanted, anything or anyone. "Mrs. Knight, I presume?" The woman's voice was a low, melodious purr, yet it held a hint of something sharp, like the unsheathing of a perfectly manicured claw. There was a faint, almost imperceptible accent Italian, perhaps, or maybe just the affectation of someone who'd spent too much time on the European social circuit. "Yes," Ava confirmed, her voice cooler than she felt, a sudden, inexplicable wave of defensiveness washing over her. She set down her palette knife, her heart beginning to pound with a strange premonition. "And you are?" The woman's smile, a perfect, practiced curve of carmine red lips, didn't quite reach her obsidian eyes. "Forgive my intrusion. I am Isabella Rossi." She extended a slender, diamond-bedecked hand. An old, very old friend of Ethan's. The slight, deliberate pause before the word friend was a masterpiece of insinuation. Isabella Rossi. The name struck a distant chord of recognition. Ethan had mentioned her once, hadn't he? Briefly, casually, when discussing some tedious charity gala he was being strong-armed into attending by his father. His former girlfriend, Ava recalled with a sudden, unwelcome clarity. The serious one. The one from before he'd apparently adopted his carefully cultivated, much publicized reputation as Viridia City's most elusive, and therefore most desirable, bachelor. What was she doing here now? "I was hoping to catch Ethan," Isabella continued, her gaze sweeping dismissively around the studio, lingering for a moment on Ava's turbulent canvas before returning with unnerving focus to Ava herself. But his rather formidable assistant informed me he was unavailable, tied up in meetings all afternoon. She sighed, a delicate, theatrical sound, when I mentioned our rather extensive history. She was kind enough to suggest I might find you here, in his private sanctuary. The implication was clear. Isabella Rossi had connections. Access the kind of effortless entree into Ethan Knight's rarefied world that his wife of less than a week clearly did not. "Ethan is indeed in meetings," Ava said, her voice carefully neutral, though her insides were churning. She wiped her paint-stained hands on a rag. A sudden, fierce desire to assert some sort of claim. Any claim? To this space. To this man? Rising within her. "I can certainly tell him you stopped by." "That's remarkably thoughtful of you, darling," Isabella purred, gliding further into the studio, her expensive heels clicking softly on the polished concrete floor. She paused before one of Ava's smaller, more serene earlier works, a delicate watercolor of the Viridia City coastline at dawn. "Charming," she pronounced, though her tone suggested anything but I'm perfectly happy to wait. We have so much to catch up on. Ethan and I. Years. In fact, before Ava could formulate a suitably cutting, or at least adequately dismissive, response, the elevator chimed again. This time, thank Goder perhaps noted it was Ethan who emerged. He stopped short, his expression usually so unreadable, so fiercely controlled, darkening instantly, thunderously, at the sight of Isabella Rossi standing so casually, so possessively, In his studio, in Ava's studio, Isabella. Ethan's voice was cold, arctic, devoid of any warmth, any welcome. This is unexpected. Ethan, darling. Isabella, however, seemed utterly unfazed by his glacial demeanor. She moved towards him with a sinuous, practiced grace, her crimson lips curving into a dazzling smile as she rose on her ridiculously high heels to kiss him on both cheeks. A gesture that was both Europeanly sophisticated and overtly proprietary. Her hand, Ava noted with a fresh surge of irrational jealousy, lingered perhaps a moment too long on his arm. I was just getting acquainted with your lovely new wife. The slight, almost imperceptible pause before the word wife spoke volumes, as did the way Isabella's gaze flicked with calculated pity towards Ava. What are you doing here, Isabella? Ethan asked, his voice still dangerously quiet as he extricated himself from her grasp, stepping pointedly away from her touch and moving, almost imperceptibly, to stand slightly in front of Ava. A protective gesture, or merely a strategic one? Ava couldn't tell. The possessive hand he placed at the small of her back, however, should have reassured her. Strangely, it didn't. It felt performative. For whose benefit? Isabella's or her own? Why? Ethan, darling, I'm in Viridia City for the Valerius Foundation Gala. Of course, Isabella explained, her voice a silken caress. The event of the season. When I heard about your rather sudden, and quite unexpected, marriage, I simply had to see for myself. After all, she added, her obsidian eyes flicking meaningfully towards Ava. Then back to Ethan. We always talked about how you, Ethan Knight, were definitively not the marrying type. Too intense. Too solitary. Things change. Isabella, Ethan replied curtly, his hand tightening on Ava's back. People change. Apparently. Isabella's smile was predatory now, a shark sensing blood in the water. The invitations to the Valerius Gala, as you know, went out weeks ago, addressed as always to Ethan Knight and guest. I naturally assumed. She let the insinuation hang in the air. But now I assume you'll both be attending as Mr. and Mrs. Knight? Ethan tensed beside Ava. We haven't discussed it, he said, his voice tight. Oh, but you simply must come, Isabella insisted, her gaze now fixed on Ava, a strange, almost challenging light in her dark eyes. Everyone in Viridia City is simply dying to meet the woman who finally managed to capture the elusive, unattainable Ethan Knight. It's quite the fairy tale, isn't it, darling? She purred, her voice dripping with a saccharine sweetness that Ava found instantly repulsive. Left by one brother at the altar, only to be swept off her feet and married to the other. Richer, more powerful one the very same day. How remarkably efficient of you. The deliberate, calculated cruelty of her words, the thinly veiled contempt, hung in the air, thick and suffocating. Before Ava could even gasp, before Ethan could unleash the fury that was so clearly gathering in his storm-gray eyes, Isabella continued, her voice still deceptively soft. And speaking of brothers, I happened to run into your charming Liam yesterday at the Obsidian Club. He seemed quite distressed about recent events. Ava felt Ethan's entire body go rigid beside her. You spoke with Liam? He asked, his voice now dangerously, terrifyingly quiet. Each were a drop of ice. Briefly, darling, very briefly, Isabella said with a careless, dismissive shrug of her elegant shoulders. He was rather, shall we say, over-refreshed. Poor boy. Her eyes flicked to Ava, a glint of malicious triumph in their depths. Kept babbling about some terrible mistake. About needing to make things right with his precious Ava. Quite pathetic. Really. The tension in the studio was a palpable thing. so thick Ava felt she might choke on it. She found herself unable to look at Ethan, terrified of what she might see in his face. Doubt? Regret? The chilling assumption that she, Ava, might still harbor some lingering feelings for the feckless, faithless Liam? After all, wasn't that what this entire charade was about? Preserving her reputation? Or was it about something more? Something Ethan hadn't yet revealed? I think, Ethan said, his voice finally breaking the suffocating silence. Each word clipped, precise, like chips of ice. I think it's time for you to leave. Isabella. His tone, though quiet, broke the norblement. It was the voice of a man used to instant, unquestioning obedience. The voice of Ethan Knight, CEO of Knight Industries. Isabella, however, merely raised a perfectly sculpted eyebrow. So protective already. Ethan? How unexpectedly sweet. She retrieved her ridiculously expensive crocodile skin handbag from where she'd casually tossed it onto a nearby work table, narrowly missing a tray of Ava's oil paints. Very well. I'll see you both on Saturday. Then, at the Valerius Gala. 8 o'clock. Black tie. Of course. Do try not to be late. Darlings. It's so terribly déclassé. With a final, calculating look at Ava look that managed to convey both pity and a chilling promise of future skirmishes, Isabella Rossi departed. The elevator doors hissing shut behind her with a soft, final chime that seemed to echo in the sudden, deafening silence. I'm sorry about that. Ava, Ethan said after a long, taut moment, running a hand through his already disheveled dark hair. A gesture of uncharacteristic agitation. Territorial. Ava supplied, deliberately putting distance between them as she moved towards the sink to clean her brushes, needing the mundane task to ground her. Her hand were trembling. She clearly still believes she has some sort of claim on you. Ethan. She doesn't, he said flatly, his voice devoid of inflection. But was it true? Or was he simply saying what he thought she needed to hear? You never mentioned you two were serious, Ava said, keeping her own voice deliberately light, casual, as she scrubbed at a stubborn smear of crimson paint. Ethan's expression, when she dared to glance at him, had shuddered once more, the brief glimpse of agitation gone, replaced by his usual mask of cool control. It was a long time ago. Ava. Ancient history. Not that long ago. Apparently, Ava couldn't keep the slight edge from her voice. According to her, you always talked about not being the marrying type. She met his gaze then, a direct challenge in her own. So, what changed? Ethan? Or was I simply convenient? Whatever explanation he might have offered, whatever carefully constructed lie or partial truth he might have spun, was interrupted by the sharp, insistent ring of his private phone. Ethan checked the display, his jaw tightening, a muscle beginning to pulse erratically at his temple. I need to take this, he said, his voice abrupt. It's my father. As he stepped away to answer the call, his voice dropping to a low, terse monotone, Ava returned to her turbulent canvas, adding fierce, almost violent strokes of deepest crimson that seemed to bleed across the already tortured landscape. Everything had changed so quickly. The open, almost tender man from the idyllic retreat of the lake house had vanished, replaced once more by the guarded, distant, formidable Ethan Knight she had first encountered. Or had he ever truly been gone? Was that vulnerability, that shared intimacy, just another illusion? Another calculated move in his elaborate, unfathomable game? His call ended with an abrupt click. That was my father, he said unnecessarily, his back still to her as he stared out at the Viridius city skyline. He's, insisting we join him for dinner tonight at the Ashworth townhouse. Dinner? Ava echoed, her voice flat. I thought we were having dinner here. Just us. She hadn't realized how much she'd been looking forward to perhaps recapturing some small spark of the connection they'd found at the lake house. Ethan's expression when he finally turned to face her softened almost imperceptibly. I know, Ava, and I'm sorry, but this is important. He's apparently making some sort of announcement regarding the future of Ashworth Consolidated. The future of Ashworth Consolidated. The very reason for their sham marriage. The reminder, so bald, so pragmatic, felt like a sudden dousing of icy water. Ethan's pressing need to appear settled, to present a united front for the sake of the company's upcoming succession battle. Of course. How could she have forgotten? Even for a moment? Of course, she said, her voice stiff now, devoid of all warmth. Business before pleasure. Ethan, or in this case, business before, whatever this is. Ava, that's not fair. Isn't it? She countered, the bitterness she'd been suppressing finally surfacing. Sharp and corrosive. Weren't those the implicit terms of our arrangement? You needed a wife. A presentable, suitably accomplished Mrs. Knight to bolster your corporate image. And I was convenient. Available. Desperate. Even. The words, once uttered, tasted like ash in her mouth. Is that truly what you think, Ava? Ethan's voice was dangerously quiet now. His storm gray eyes narrowed, glittering with an emotion she couldn't quite decipher. Anger? Hurt? Or just more calculation? After everything that happened between us at the lake house, you still believe this is just about business for me? Before she could answer, before she could voice the confusion and doubt warring within her, his phone shrilled again, an insistent, demanding summons. He glanced at it, an expression of profound frustration and something else weariness crossing his features. I have to take this one. The Kayamoto deal in Tokyo. It appears to be unraveling at an alarming rate. He hesitated, clearly torn, his gaze lingering on her face. We'll talk tonight, after dinner with my father. I promise. As he turned to leave, stepping into the private elevator that would whisk him away to his world of high-stakes deals and corporate intrigue, a notification chimed softly on Ava's own phone. A text message from an unknown number. Her blood ran cold. Ava, my love, please, you must give me a chance to explain everything. It's not what you think. Meet me tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Our spot in Obsidian Park by the Weeping Willow. I owe you the truth. I still love you. Liam. She stared at the screen, the words blurring before her eyes. A maelstrom of conflicting emotions churning inside her. Liam. Her Liam. Or was he ever truly hers? She had no desire to see him. No lingering romantic feelings for the man who had so callously, so publicly abandoned her. And yet, a small, traitorous part of her, the part that still craved answers, that needed closure, that longed to understand why that part whispered for her to go. When she finally looked up, Ethan was gone. The elevator doors were closed. She was alone again in the vast, opulent studio, the silence pressing in on her. But was she truly alone? Or was Ethan Knight, with his unnerving foresight, his hidden motives, his cryptic pronouncements about watching her, somehow still there, his invisible presence a constant, unsettling weight, armed with Liam's damning evidence and her own growing fears? Ava confronted Ethan. His answers, a frustrating mix of admission and denial, were not enough to quell her rising suspicions. Heartbroken by what she perceived as a deep betrayal and overwhelmed by the layers of deceit, Ava made a drastic decision. She must leave Ethan, leave Night Tower, and find a space where she can think, where she can breathe, where she can try to piece together the shattered fragments of her life and her trust. But will Ethan let her go so easily? And what other truths are yet to be revealed in this tangled web? Liam Ashworth's damning proof, those carefully selected emails. The out-of-context surveillance photos had shattered Ava Sinclair's fragile, burgeoning trust in Ethan Knight. She had confronted him, her voice trembling but resolute, demanding answers, demanding the truth. His explanations, a frustrating, maddening mix of partial admission and vehement denial, were simply not enough to quell the rising tide of her suspicions. Her hurt, her bitter disappointment, was their entire relationship. From that shocking proposal in the bridal suite to the earth-shattering passion they discovered at the lake house. Just an elaborate, cruel charade? A meticulously orchestrated power play by a man determined to possess not just his brother's company, but his brother's almost bride as well. Heartbroken by what she perceived as a profound, calculated betrayal and overwhelmed by the insidious layers of deceit, Ava had made the only decision she felt she could. She had to leave Ethan, leave Night Tower, leave the suffocating opulence and the web of secrets that seemed to bind them. She needed space. She needed to breathe. She needed to find a sanctuary where she could try to piece together the shattered fragments of her life, her heart, and her dangerously compromised trust. But would Ethan, a man who always got what he wanted, simply let her go? And what other devastating truths were yet to be revealed in this tangled, treacherous game of Ashworth and Knight? Is it true? Ava had demanded, her voice a raw, trembling whisper in the vast, echoing silence of Ethan's penthouse studio. Liam's carefully curated evidence printouts of emails, grenier surveillance photo, redacted financial statements lay scattered across her work table like poisonous confetti. Have you been tracking me for years, Ethan? Collecting my work? Hiring investigators to follow me? Tell me. The silence that followed her anguished accusation was a deafening, damning admission. Ethan, who had returned late from his apparently disastrous Tokyo negotiations to find her waiting, pale and resolute, amidst the damning evidence, simply stared at her, his own face a mask of grim, unreadable emotion. He didn't deny it, not initially, and that, more than any verbal confirmation, was the blow that shattered Ava's already fractured heart. My God, she'd whispered, a hand flying to her mouth as the full weight of the implication crashed down upon her. It is true. Not in the way Liam has undoubtedly presented it. Ava, Ethan had finally said, his voice a low, rough rasp. He took a step towards her, his hands outstretched, a gesture of appeal, of desperation. Yes, I discovered your work, your anonymous work, 3 years ago at the Cobalt Gallery. And yes, he admitted, his gaze unwavering now, meeting hers with a startling, almost painful intensity. I followed your career. I attended your exhibitions. I even acquired some of your pieces, not out of some perverse obsession, Ava, but out of genuine, profound admiration for your talent, for you. And the private investigator, Ethan, she pressed, her voice trembling, pointing a shaking finger at a particularly damning photograph of herself, laughing with a gallery client, clearly taken from a distance without her knowledge. Was that also out of admiration? He flinched then, a visible recoil, as if she'd struck him. That was a mistake. Ava, a grave error in judgment. He ran a hand through his dark, disheveled hair, a gesture of profound weariness. After you became engaged to Liam, he hesitated, searching for the right words. Words that Ava suspected didn't exist, couldn't possibly exist to justify such a betrayal. I wanted to ensure he wasn't using you, exploiting your connections to certain influential art collectors. Or worse, he has a history, Ava, a pattern. So, you had me investigated. She'd whispered, the words like shards of glass in her throat. To protect me? Or to satisfy your own possessiveness? Ethan, how is that not twisted? How is that not a violation of everything I am? Everything I believe in? Her voice rose, fueled by a rising tide of anger and a deep, aching hurt. I was trying to protect you. He'd insisted, his own voice rising to meet hers. From what? Ethan? From your brother? Or from making a choice? Any choice that didn't ultimately include you? His expression had hardened then, the brief glimpse of vulnerability vanishing, replaced by that familiar, impenetrable night mask. And Liam, she demanded, her heart cold, heavy stone in her chest. When he left me at the altar, did you have anything to do with that? Ethan, did you orchestrate that too? No. The denial had exploded from him with such raw, vehement force that, despite everything, a small, traitorous part of her had almost believed him. I would never hurt you in that way. Ava, you must believe me. But how could she? You've been lying to me from the very beginning. Ethan, she'd said, the pain of his deceptions, both admitted and suspected, cutting deep. All those moments at the lake house, when you pretended we were just getting to know each other. You already knew everything about me, didn't you? My past, my work, my friends, my vulnerabilities. Not everything, he'd said quietly, his voice raw with an emotion she couldn't decipher. I knew your work, your public persona, but I didn't know you. The woman who challenges me. The woman who sees through my defenses. The woman who makes me want to be a better man. His sincerity, or what appeared to be sincerity, had made her waver, just for a moment. But the hurt, the betrayal, ran too deep. The seeds of doubt, so skillfully planted by Liam, had taken root. I don't know what's real anymore. Ethan, she'd whispered, turning away from him, unable to bear the intensity of his gaze. Between us, in this so-called marriage, was any of it genuine? Or was it all just part of your elaborate, long-term plan? All of it. Ava, he'd said fiercely, his voice ragged with unshed emotion. Everything I feel for you, it's real. More real than anything I've ever felt in my damn life. How can I possibly believe that now? She'd cried, the tears finally coming, hot and stinging. You married me under false pretenses. You've been manipulating this entire situation from the start, haven't you? This whole arrangement, was it ever truly about family honor, about corporate succession, or was it always about possessing me? The word possessing had visibly stung him. He'd recoiled as if she'd physically struck him. Is that truly what you think of me, Ava? That I see you as a possession? A prize to be won? I need time. Ethan, she'd said, her voice barely a whisper, her resolve hardening even as her heart shattered into a million pieces. Space. I need space to sort through all of this madness. Something in his expression had shuddered then, a bleakness settling over his features that chilled her to the bone. Where will you go? I still have my grandmother's brownstone in the artisan's quarter, across the river in Old Viridia. It was small, a little rundown, but it was hers, a sanctuary. He had nodded once, a curt, almost imperceptible movement. I'll have my driver take you in the morning. And then, without another word, without another plea, without another attempt to explain or defend himself, he had turned and walked into his private study, the heavy oak door closing behind him with a soft, final click that had somehow hurt more, echoed more profoundly in the sudden, vast emptiness of the penthouse, and if he had slammed it in a rage, alone in the opulent, silent grandeur of Ethan Knight's gilded cage. Ava had finally allowed the fragile foundation of her improbable new life to crumble completely, as she packed a single small suitcase, not the trousseau Ethan had provided, but her own worn, familiar clothes. The tears had finally come. Not for Liam, not for the life she thought she'd lost, but for Ethan, For the man she thought she'd begun to know, to trust, to care for at the lake house. Had any of it been real? Or had she merely been a pawn? A convenient, desirable pawn in a complex, cruel game played between two powerful, warring brothers? A game she had never even known she was a part of? The questions haunted her, a relentless, tormenting chorus. The small, unassuming brownstone in Old Viridia's historic artisans' quarter felt both intimately familiar and strangely foreign as Ava unlocked the slightly rusted wrought iron gate and then the heavy, paint-chipped front door. Dust covers, like pale ghosts, shrouded the beloved, familiar furniture. The air within was cool and still, imbued with the faint, lingering scent of lavender and old books, the scent of her grandmother, the scent of home, or what had once been home. This had been her grandmother's house, the place where Ava had grown up after the sudden, tragic death of her parents in a sailing accident off the Tempe Stein coast. She'd kept it after her grandmother, the renowned sculptor Annalise Sinclair, had passed away 2 years prior, unable to part with this last tangible connection to her family, to her past, to a simpler, less complicated time. Now, it represented a sanctuary, a refuge, a place to breathe, to think, to try and make sense of the emotional chaos that Ethan Knight had unleashed in her life. She moved slowly through the quiet, shadowed rooms, pulling the ghostly dust sheets from the furniture, her fingers trailing over the worn velvet of her grandmother's favorite armchair, the smooth, cool marble of a half-finished sculpture, the yellowed keys of the ancient upright piano in the corner of the parlor. She opened the tall, shuttered windows, allowing the sounds and smells of Old Viridia's distant cry of a street vendor, the aroma of freshly baked bread from the pasticceria Bellini down the block, the faint, briny tang of the Ethel Roverto permeate the stillness, to chase away the musty air of long disuse. "Oh, Nana," she whispered to the empty, listening house, her voice thick with unshed tears. "I need your wisdom now, more than ever. I don't know what to believe anymore. Who to believe?" 3 days passed in a blur of self-imposed solitude. Ava ignored the incessant buzzing of her phone, calls from a frantic, concerned Lyra, her best friend and gallery partner, calls from curious, opportunistic gallery owners in Viridia City, no doubt sniffing out a scandal. Even, surprisingly, several calls from Liam, which she instantly, angrily declined. She painted obsessively, ferociously, in the small, light-filled back room that had once been her grandmother's studio, and then her own first tentative foray into the world of art. She attacked the waiting canvases with a raw, untamed energy, channeling her turbulent emotions, her confusion, her hurt, her anger onto the stretched linen. Stock, powerful, unsettling images emerged, more honest, more visceral than anything she had created in years. It was a painful, cathartic process, a purging. On the fourth morning, just as the pale, watery dawn was beginning to paint the Old Viridia rooftops in hues of soft rose and gray, a sharp, authoritative knock at the front door startled Ava from a restless, dream-haunted sleep. Her heart leaped in her throat. Ethan? Had he found her? Had he come to, what? Drag her back to his gilded cage? Plead his case? Demand she fulfill the terms of their ridiculous contract? Wrapping herself in her grandmother's faded, paint-splattered silk robe, her hair a wild tangle around her shoulders, she crept cautiously to the door, peering through the small, clouded pane of glass in the upper panel. And then she recoiled in stunned, utter disbelief. Daniel Ashworth, Ethan's father, Liam's father, the patriarch, here, on her doorstep, in the quiet, unassuming artisan's quarter of Old Viridia. He stood on her small, crumbling stoop, impeccably dressed as always in a bespoke suit. His silver hair perfectly coiffed. An incongruous, almost surreal figure in this modest, bohemian neighborhood. What in God's name was he doing here? May I come in? Ava? His voice, cool and patrician, carried clearly through the heavy oak door. It was not a request. It was a command, albeit a politely phrased one. Confusion and a healthy dose of trepidation overrode her instinct to refuse, to slam the door in his arrogant, judgmental face. She fumbled with the stiff old lock, her hands trembling, and slowly, reluctantly, pulled the door open. Daniel Ashworth surveyed her, then the small, somewhat shabby interior of her grandmother's home with an expression of undisguised, if carefully controlled, curiosity. Charming, he pronounced, his tone suggesting the exact opposite. Quite rustic. He stepped past her into the narrow foyer, his expensive leather shoes clicking sharply on the worn wooden floorboards. May we sit? Wordlessly, Ava led him into the small, cluttered parlor, painfully aware of the stark contrast between this humble, beloved space and the palatial, museum-like opulence of his Viridia City townhouse or Ethan's minimalist penthouse. She gestured towards her grandmother's favorite armchair, its velvet worn thin in places, its springs protesting faintly as the formidable Daniel Ashworth settled his considerable frame into its depths. She remained standing, her arms wrapped tightly around herself, a defensive posture. Why are you here, Mr. Ashworth? His shrewd, assessing gazebo like Ethan's, yet lacking Ethan's underlying intensity. His barely concealed fire fixed on her. My son, he stated, his voice devoid of inflection, is destroying himself. The blunt, unexpected statement caught Ava completely off guard. What? What do you mean? Ethan hasn't left his office at Night Tower in 3 days. Not to eat, not to sleep. He's making reckless, impulsive decisions, alienating key board members, jeopardizing the Kayamoto acquisition, a deal he has personally nurtured for over a year. Daniel Ashworth fixed her with a penetrating stare. Whatever has transpired between you, Ava, has compromised his usually impeccable judgment, his focus, his very essence. A pang of something concern? Guilt? Shot through Ava, quickly followed by a surge of indignation. And you think that's my responsibility to fix, Mr. Ashworth? I think, he replied calmly, his voice softening almost imperceptibly, that you need to understand the full, unvarnished picture before you make any irreversible decisions. He opened the slim, expensive-looking leather briefcase he had placed beside his chair. Liam came to see you, I presume. Showed you his evidence of Ethan's supposed obsession with you? Ava tensed. How? How did you know that? A faint, humorless smile touched Daniel Ashworth's thin lips. Because my youngest son, Ava, has been attempting to undermine his older brother since they were children. It's a rather tedious and entirely predictable pattern of behavior. He withdrew a slim manila folder from his briefcase and placed it on the small, cluttered coffee table between them. What Liam didn't show you, I imagine, was this. Ava hesitated, her gaze fixed on the innocuous-looking folder. What new Pandora's box of secrets was about to be unleashed? With trembling fingers, she reached for it, her heart pounding a frantic, uneven rhythm against her ribs. Inside, she found a sheath of papers, financial records, emails, hotel receipts, credit card statements assorted. Undeniable paper trail documenting Liam Ashworth's numerous casual infidelities during their engagement, during the time he had supposedly been devoted to her. Liam was never faithful to you, Ava, Daniel Ashworth said, his voice flat, yet not entirely unkind. Not once. Not during your entire relationship. The revelation, surprisingly, didn't hurt as much as she might have expected. There was a distant, almost clinical disappointment, a sense of foolishness, as if she were hearing about the indiscretions of a stranger, not the man she had almost married. Why? Why are you showing me this now, Mr. Ashworth? Because, Ava, he said, his gaze steady, you need to understand precisely what and who you're dealing with. Liam isn't seeking reconciliation with you out of some misguided, heartbroken love. He's motivated by pure, unadulterated jealousy and a lifetime of bitter sibling rivalry. He simply cannot bear the thought that Ethan, his older, more successful, more formidable brother, now possesses what he so carelessly, so callously discarded. That doesn't explain Ethan's behavior, Ava countered, though her conviction was beginning to waver under the weight of these new, unwelcome truths. The collection of my artwork before he even truly knew me, the private investigator, the intensity. My eldest son, Ava, Daniel Ashworth interrupted, a surprising note of something almost paternal in his voice, has never been particularly skilled at expressing his emotions, at least not in conventional ways. He leaned forward, his gaze surprisingly gentle. When he discovered your work, Ava, when he saw your undeniable talent, your passion, your light, he did what Ethan always does when something or someone truly captures his interest. He researched thoroughly. He invested completely. He has built his entire career, his entire empire, on understanding the intrinsic value of things, of people, that others overlook or underestimate. I'm not a corporate acquisition, Mr. Ashworth, Ava said sharply, a spark of her old fire returning. I'm not some undervalued stock to be cornered and controlled. For the first time, something akin to genuine approval, even a reluctant admiration, flickered in Daniel Ashworth's shrewd, assessing eyes. No, he conceded, a faint smile playing on his lips. No, you most certainly are not, which is precisely why, I suspect, you have thrown him so completely, so utterly off balance. He reached into his briefcase again, withdrawing a small, battered, leather-bound book. It looked ancient, well-loved. Ethan's mother, my late wife, Annalizia woman, I might add, who bore a rather striking resemblance to you in both spirit and artistic temperament, gave him this journal when he was just a boy. After she left us, it became his refuge, his confidant, the one place, I believe, where he dared to express the feelings, the vulnerabilities he couldn't, or wouldn't, show to the world. He placed the journal gently on the coffee table beside the damning folder of Liam's betrayals. He left it open on his desk in his study yesterday, unlocked. I took the liberty of bringing it to you. I can't read his private journal, Mr. Ashworth, Ava protested, though her fingers itched to reach for it, to unlock the secrets of the enigmatic man she had married. You can, Daniel Ashworth countered, his voice surprisingly gentle. And you must, because I believe he wanted you to. He rose then, retrieving his briefcase. Page 94. Ava, start there. Against her better judgment, her heart pounding with a mixture of dread and a strange, undeniable anticipation, Ava reached for the worn leather journal. Her fingers trembled as she opened it to the indicated page. The handwriting was unmistakably Ethan's, strong, confident, slashing strokes, yet imbued with a raw, vulnerable emotion she had never expected from a cool, control man she had married her, thought she had married. October 17th, 3 years ago, the entry began. I saw her work today at the Cobalt, and I felt something I haven't experienced since Mother left. A shock of recognition. The Nocturne's exhibition. An anonymous artist. But the use of color, the raw emotion, The fierce, untamed light struggling against the encroaching darkness. It spoke directly to some forgotten, barricaded part of me. And then I saw her across the crowded gallery, explaining her technique, her passion, to that pompous, overfed collector, a man who wouldn't know true art if it slapped him across his self-satisfied face. And I understood. I understood why her work resonated so deeply. There's an authenticity to her, a fierce, untamed honesty that matches her art. Genuine, uncompromising, luminous. Liam noticed her, too. Of course, he always did have an eye for beauty, the superficial kind. But he'll never appreciate the depth beneath her surface. He'll see the masterpiece, but he'll miss the meaning. He always does. Ava's breath caught in her throat. 3 years. He had seen her, truly seen her, 3 years ago, before Liam, before everything. She turned the page, her hands shaking, finding more entries, a hidden chronicle of his growing admiration, his silent, torturous frustration as Liam began his casual, careless pursuit of her, his internal struggle to maintain a cool, professional distance when all he clearly wanted was to know her, to talk to her, to simply be near her. This doesn't excuse the investigator. Mr. Ashworth, she said, her voice thick with unshed tears, though her conviction, her anger, had significantly weakened, eroded by the raw, undeniable truth of Ethan's own words. No, Ava, Daniel Ashworth agreed, his voice surprisingly gentle as he stood by the door, ready to leave. It doesn't. That was a mistake. A desperate, foolish mistake born of a desperate, consuming fear. When you became engaged to Liam, Ethan feared you would be hurt. My younger son, as you now know, has a lamentable history of pursuing women for their connections, for the momentary thrill of the chase, then discarding them callously. Like he did with me, Ava murmured, the pieces of the painful, complex puzzle finally, irrevocably falling into place. Precisely. Daniel leaned forward, his gaze intense. What Ethan did, Ava, however misguided, however clumsy, was never malicious. He has loved you, truly loved you, from afar for years, not as an obsession, as Liam would have you believe, but as a man who recognized something truly extraordinary, something precious, and then, to his horror, saw it about to be callously destroyed by his own brother, and he feared losing it, losing you, forever. The revelation, so unexpected, so profound, rocked Ava to her very core. This changed everything. Or did it? Why? Why are you telling me all this now? Mr. Ashworth? She asked, her voice trembling. You made it abundantly clear at dinner the other night that you don't approve of me, that you see me as an opportunist. A shadow, deep and regretful, crossed Daniel Ashworth's usually impassive features. I've spent a lifetime, Ava, steering my sons, both of them, toward what I thought was best for them, for the Ashworth name, for the company. He sighed, a heavy, weary sound. It has taken me until now, until this current crisis, to realize that perhaps I have been profoundly, demonstrably wrong. He stood then, retrieving his elegant, undoubtedly bespoke overcoat. Ethan has never defied me. Ava, not truly, not in any matter of real substance, not the way he has since meeting you. He has never fought for anything, or anyone, with such fierce, unwavering conviction. And that alone, he said, his voice surprisingly gentle, that alone tells me that you, Ava Sinclair, are exactly what my stubborn, infuriating, brilliant son needs, and perhaps what he deserves. He moved towards the door, then paused, his hand on the antique brass knob. There's one more thing you should know, Ava. Something Ethan himself is unaware of. His voice dropped, became conspiratorial. Liam. Liam didn't leave you at the altar entirely of his own accord. Ava stood, her heart pounding a frantic tattoo against her ribs. What? What do you mean? Daniel Ashworth's expression hardened, the familiar mask of the ruthless patriarch snapping back into place. He was encouraged to disappear that day. Persuaded, shall we say. He met her shocked gaze directly, with a rather substantial financial incentive. $5 million, to be precise, deposited into a discreet offshore account. By Ethan? Ava whispered, dreading the answer, her carefully reconstructed understanding of him threatening to shatter once more. No, Ava, Daniel Ashworth said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. Not by Ethan, by me. The admission landed like a physical blow, stealing the very breath from her lungs. You? But why? Why would you do such a thing? Because, Ava, he said, his voice laced with a chilling pragmatism. At the time, I genuinely believed you were using Liam to access the Ashworth name, the Ashworth fortune. He had the grace to look momentarily chagrined. I was wrong. Clearly, I didn't fully realize the depth, the sincerity of Ethan's feelings for you, how much he had already sacrificed, in his own way, to protect you, until recently. He opened the door, pausing on the threshold, a tall, imposing figure silhouetted against the pale morning light. My son, Ava, believes he has lost you. He believes you've chosen Liam. Or worse, that you'll choose neither of them because of his own deceptions, his own mistakes. If that is indeed your decision, then so be it. But I urge you, Ava, make it with all the facts, not just the carefully curated, self-serving truths that Liam, or even Ethan himself, might have wanted you to see. After Daniel Ashworth had departed, leaving behind him the scent of expensive cologne and a maelstrom of conflicting emotions, Ava sat for a long time in the quiet stillness of her grandmother's parlor, Ethan's worn leather journal clutched tightly in her hands. She read and reread entries that spanned years, from his first, startled discovery of her anonymous work, to his quiet, agonizing observations of her burgeoning relationship with Liam, to the raw, desperate entry he'd made on their wedding day. I married her today. Ava, my Ava. She believes it's an arrangement, a solution to an impossible, humiliating situation. She doesn't know, she can't know, that for me, this is the fulfillment of a dream I never dared to voice, not even to myself. Tears streamed down Ava's face, hot and cleansing, as the full, complex, heartbreaking picture finally emerged, not of an obsessive stalker, a manipulative predator, as Liam had so cruelly, so convincingly portrayed, but of a man-a-proud, solitary, intensely private man who had admired her, loved her even from afar, a man who had, in his own flawed, misguided, sometimes infuriatingly arrogant way, tried to protect her, a man who had seized an impossible, desperate situation to finally be close to the woman he had apparently loved silently and fiercely for years. A text message, sharp and insistent, interrupted her tumultuous thoughts. It was Lyra. Ellie, you okay? Haven't heard from you in days. Everyone in Viridia City is buzzing. The Valerius Foundation Gala is tonight. Are you going with Ethan? Or is it true what Isabella Rossi is whispering all over town? That you've left Ethan for Liam? That the Ashworth golden boy is back to reclaim his bride? Call me. Ava stared at the message, her mind reeling. The Valerius Gala. She'd forgotten entirely. Isabella Rossi, of course, spreading her poison. And Ethan. The thought of Ethan attending that glittering, gossip-fueled event alone, facing Isabella's predatory, triumphant attention, Liam's smug, self-satisfied satisfaction. It made something fierce, something unexpectedly, fiercely protective rise within her. He wouldn't be alone, not if she could help it. Before she could reconsider, before doubt could once again take root, she dialed Lyra's number. "Lyra," she said, her voice surprisingly firm, her resolve hardening with every beat of her racing heart. "I need a dress. Something unforgettable." The truth, in all its painful complexity, was finally laid bare. Ava now understood Ethan's heart, Liam's deceit, and Daniel Ashworth's misguided, Machiavellian machinations. A text from Lyra about the Valerius Foundation gala that night, and the thought of Ethan facing his enemies alone, ignited anew, fierce resolve in Ava. She knew what she must do, but can she navigate the treacherous waters of Iridia City's most glittering social event and reclaim not just her husband, but also her own shattered sense of self? The stage was set for a public reckoning. The truth, in all its painful, messy complexity, was finally laid bare. Ava Sinclair now understood Ethan Knight's guarded heart, Liam Ashworth's casual deceit, and Daniel Ashworth's ruthless, Machiavellian machinations. A text from Lyra, her voice a frantic beacon in the fog of Ava's confusion, mentioned the Valerius Foundation gala tonight. The thought of Ethan, her husband, facing the Iridia City social wolves, enduring Isabella Rossi's predatory sniping and Liam's smug, false victimhood alone, ignited anew, fierce resolve within her. He wouldn't be alone. Not anymore. Not if she could help it. She knew what she had to do. But would it be enough? Could she navigate the treacherous, glittering waters of Iridia City's most prestigious social event and reclaim not just her enigmatic husband, but also her own shattered sense of self and purpose? The stage was set for a public reckoning, a gala of reckoning, and for the first time in a long time, Ava felt a stirring of her old fire, her old fight. "Lyra," she'd said into the phone, her voice surprisingly firm, resonating with a newfound, if still fragile, resolve. "I need a dress. Something unforgettable. Something that screams, I am Ava Sinclair Knight, and I am not to be trifled with." Lyra, bless her pragmatic, fashion-forward soul, had simply replied, "I'm on my way, Ellie, and darling, it's about damn time." Hours later, Ava stood on the magnificent, floodlit steps of the Iridia City Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Valerius Foundation's annual gala. The undisputed jewel in the city's social crown was in full, glittering swing. Spotlights raked the night sky, transforming the classical facade of the museum into something otherworldly, almost mythical. A seemingly endless stream of limousines and bespoke Electrotown cars lined the Grand Avenue, disgorging Iridia City's elite, the titans of industry, the doyens of society, the ephemeral celebrities, and the ever-present, ever-watchful media onto the plush crimson carpet. Ava, however, had arrived by a far more prosaic and infinitely more anonymous public transport's Faria small act of defiance, a way to ground herself, to steady her nerves before she stepped into the lion's den. Lyra, true to her word, had outdone herself. The gown was a masterpiece, a backless, liquid column of midnight blue silk, so dark it was almost black, that shimmered and flowed around Ava's slender frame like captured starlight. It was elegant, audacious, and utterly unforgettable. It made her usually warm olive skin glow like burnished gold beneath the museum's dramatic uplighting. Her only adornment, a deliberate choice, was her grandmother's antique pearl and diamond earrings heirlooms that whispered of strength, resilience, and a legacy of female artistry. They were a tangible reminder of the strong, uncompromising woman who had raised her, who had taught her to face adversity head-on with grace and courage. She would need both tonight in spades. At the grand, arched entrance, she presented her invitation, still ironically addressed to Ethan Knight and guest, as Isabella Rossi had so pointedly, so maliciously reminded her. The imposing, tuxedo-clad security guard, a man whose bored expression suggested he'd seen everything Viridia City society had to offer, merely nodded her through with a respectful, if slightly surprised, Mrs. Knight. The name, her name, still felt foreign on her tongue, a costume she was still learning to inhabit. But tonight, she would wear it with pride, with defiance. The great hall of the museum had been transformed into a glittering, fantastical wonderland. Thousands of candles flickered in massive crystal candelabra, their warm, inviting glow casting dancing shadows on the soaring, vaulted ceilings and the priceless antiquities that lined the hall. Viridia City's elite, a kaleidoscope of haute couture, dazzling jewels, and carefully constructed social smiles, mingled and preened, their voices a low, sophisticated murmur beneath the soaring strains of a string orchestra playing something Vivaldi-esque. It was a scene of breathtaking beauty, of ostentatious wealth, a profound, soul-crushing superficiality. And somewhere in this glittering throng was her husband, her complicated, enigmatic, infuriating, captivating husband. Ava scanned the crowd, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs, a mixture of dread and a strange, exhilarating anticipation coursing through her veins. She spotted him before he saw her. He stood alone, a solitary, brooding figure near a magnificent, life-sized Roman sculpture of Mars, the god of war. Appropriate, she thought with a wry internal smile. A glass of what looked like untouched single malt scotch rested on the plinth beside him. He looked isolated, utterly, devastatingly isolated in the midst of this glittering, chattering assembly. The perfect, ruthless tailoring of his bespoke tuxedo couldn't quite disguise the bone-deep weariness in his stance. The tension etched into the set of his broad shoulders. The dark, telltale shadows beneath his piercing, storm-gray eyes. He looked like a man carrying the weight of the world, or at least the weight of Knight Industries and a very complicated, very public, very new marriage. And of course, Isabella Rossi was circling nearby, a sleek, predatory shark in a gown of blood-red silk that left little to the imagination. She was clearly waiting for an opportune moment to approach him, to sink her perfectly manicured claws into him once more. Across the vast hall, Ava could also see Liam, her former fiancé, holding court with a sycophantic group of impossibly young, impossibly beautiful socialites. His trademark golden boy charm on full, dazzling display. He caught her eye for a fleeting second, a flicker of surprise, then a smug, self-satisfied smirk spreading across his handsome, faithless face. Neither of them mattered anymore. Only Ethan, with a newfound determination, a sense of purpose that firmed her spine and steadied her trembling hands. Ava began to move through the glittering crowd, her midnight blue gown parting the sea of lesser mortals like the prow of a ship. Her eyes, her focus, her entire being were fixed on Ethan. He turned then, as if sensing her approach, as if some invisible, unbreakable thread connected them across the crowded, echoing space. The naked, raw emotion that flashed across his usually inscrutable features shock, disbelief, a desperate, dawning hope, and a fear so profound it made her own heart ache in response stole her breath. "Ava," he said, his voice a raw, ragged whisper, her name catching in his throat as if it were a prayer he hadn't dared to utter. You came." I had to. Ethan, she replied softly, her voice surprisingly steady as she reached him, her fingers instinctively finding his, lacing through them, a silent message of solidarity, of something more. We need to talk. Before he could respond, before the fragile, tentative connection between them could solidify, Liam, of course, materialized at her side, his hand unwelcome and possessive, touching her elbow. Ava, darling, you look absolutely stunning. His eyes, alight with a mixture of surprise and poorly concealed triumph, flickered from her to Ethan, then back again. I must confess, I wasn't entirely sure we'd be graced with your presence tonight, given the circumstances. His smile was all charm, all in sincerity. Ava removed his hand from her arm, her movement firm, unequivocal. I'm here with my husband, Liam, she stated, her voice clear and carrying, her gaze never leaving Ethan's stunned, searching face. Ethan's eyes widened almost imperceptibly at her deliberate, public emphasis on the word husband. Something vulnerable, something achingly hopeful, flickered in their stormy depths. Your temporary husband, you mean? Liam replied, his smile sharpening, his charm turning venomous. Given what you now know about his rather unusual and frankly obsessive interest in you, Ava, I mean, really, darling, hiring private investigators, collecting your artwork like some sort of stalker. Itsolhatea déclassé. Wouldn't you agree? I know everything now, Liam, Ava said, her voice even, her gaze unwavering as she turned to face him fully. Ethan a silent, powerful presence at her side. Everything, including who really paid you $5 million to abandon me at the altar. The color, the smug self-assurance, drained from Liam's handsome face, leaving him looking suddenly pale and small. I don't know what you're talking about. Ava, he stammered, his eyes darting nervously around, suddenly aware of the curious, avidly listening guests who had begun to gather around them, sensing a delicious high society scandal unfolding. $5,327,400. To be precise. Liam, Ava continued, her voice calm, almost conversational, yet each word was a precisely aimed dart, deposited into an offshore account in the Cayman Islands 2 days before our wedding. Your price, it seems, for publicly breaking my heart, for humiliating me and my family, for attempting to destroy my reputation. She paused, letting the damning accusation hang in the air. Your own father, Liam, showed me the documentation. He told me everything. Ethan stiffened beside her, his head snapping towards her, his eyes wide with disbelief. My father? My father did what? He whispered, his voice a low, dangerous growl. Liam, however, recovered quickly, his innate arrogance, his golden boy charm sliding back into place like a well-worn, if somewhat tarnished, mask. Whatever that old bastard told you, Ava, is a lie, a fabrication. He's always hated me, always favored Ethan. He blustered, his voice rising, attracting even more unwanted attention. I left you, Ava, because I discovered Ethan had been stalking you for years. I was trying to protect you from him, from his unhealthy obsession. Protect me? Ava echoed, a small, incredulous laugh escaping her lips. While you were sleeping with at least 4 other women during our engagement, Liam, including, I believe, my then assistant, a rather ambitious young woman named Celeste. Is that how you were protecting me? A collective gasp rippled through the surrounding guests. Shocked murmurs and titillated whispers filled the air. Liam's face, which had been pale, now flushed and mottled, unbecoming crimson as he realized, too late, that he was losing control of the narrative, of the situation, of Ava herself. He had underestimated her badly. You're making a terrible mistake. Ava, he hissed, his voice low and venomous now, his charm utterly deserting him. Ethan isn't who you think he is. He's a monster, a manipulator. He'll destroy you. No, Liam, Ava agreed, her voice calm, her gaze steady as she turned away from him, dismissing him, and faced her husband fully. Ethan, her husband. No, he's not who I thought he was. She reached up, her fingers gently tracing the hard, uncompromising line of Ethan's jaw. He's more, so much more. The nakedly vulnerable, utterly unguarded expression on Ethan Knight's face at that moment made Ava's heart ache, made it sore, made it do 1,000 crazy, impossible things all at once. He looked at her as if she were a mirage, a figment of his desperate imagination, something precious and unattainable that might vanish if he dared to blink. We need to talk. Ethan, she repeated softly, her eyes pleading with his. Somewhere private. Without a word, without a single glance back at his sputtering, humiliated younger brother, Ethan took her hand, his fingers lacing through hers. Strong and sure, he led her away from the crowded, suddenly silent great hall, through a discreet, almost hidden side door that opened onto a small, enclosed stone courtyard, bathed in the soft, silvery glow of the Viridia's city moon. Stars, cold and distant, glittered in the inky black sky above. The sounds of the Valerius Foundation Galath music, the laughter, the endless, meaningless chatter faded to a distant, muted murmur. Here, in this quiet, secluded space, it felt as if they were the only two people left in the world. They stood facing each other, the silence stretching between them, taut and fragile, filled with so many unspoken words, so many unacknowledged emotions, that Ava hardly knew where or how to begin. What could she say? How could she possibly bridge the chasm of doubt and deceit that had opened between them? Your father, Daniel, he came to see me this morning. Ethan, she finally said, her voice barely above a whisper, at my grandmother's brownstone in Old Viridia. Ethan's expression, which had softened almost imperceptibly in the moonlight, darkened once more. Whatever that manipulative old bastard said to you. He showed me your journal. Ethan, she interrupted gently, her gaze holding his. He told me that he, not you, was the one who paid Liam to leave me at the altar. Shock, stark and profound, registered on Ethan's face. He looked as if she'd physically struck him. My father? My father did that? He shook his head, a gesture of utter disbelief. But why? Why would he interfere in such a cruel, destructive way? He thought I was after the Ashworth fortune. Ethan, Ava explained softly, her heart aching at the raw pain, the dawning comprehension in his eyes. He was trying to protect the family, the company, in his own misguided, ruthless way. God, Ava, I had no idea. Anguish, raw and palpable, filled his voice. All this time, I thought Liam had just been his usual, irresponsible, cowardly self. I never imagined my own father could be capable of such a calculated betrayal of both of us. I know, she said, stepping closer, her hand instinctively reaching out to touch his arm, a gesture of comfort, of connection. I know. She took a deep breath. And I also know about the private investigator. Ethan, about your collection of my work. Liam showed me the files, the photographs. Ethan's jaw tightened, a muscle pulsing erratically at his temple. Ava, you should have told me. Ethan, she finished softly, her voice not accusatory, merely sad. You should have told me from the very beginning that you'd been admiring me from afar for all those years. She met his gaze, Her own eyes clear now, filled with a dawning understanding, a fragile, tentative forgiveness, that you recognized something in my work, something in me, that spoke to you. That's not obsession. Ethan, that's connection. A very deep, very real, if somewhat unorthodox, connection. Hope, brilliant and fierce, flickered in his storm-gray eyes, quickly tempered by a lingering, cautious doubt. The investigator, Ava, that was inexcusable, unforgivable. Yes, she agreed quietly. It was, and it hurt. Ethan, more than I can say. She saw him flinch, saw the pain that mirrored her own in his eyes. But your father, Daniel, he also showed me Liam's extracurricular activities, the extent of his betrayals. And I realized you were afraid, weren't you? Afraid that Liam would hurt me, would use me, just as he'd clearly used so many others. She paused, her gaze searching his. It doesn't justify invading my privacy. Ethan, nothing can. But I think I understand now. At least a little. His broad shoulders, usually so straight, so unyielding, slumped almost imperceptibly. I know, Ava, I know I handled everything abominably. I had this image of you in my mind for so long. This perfect, unattainable woman. And then when the opportunity, when Liam's cowardice presented itself, I was afraid of risking that image by being completely, brutally honest with you, afraid of frightening you away. We both need to be honest now. Ethan, Ava said, taking both his strong, capable hands in hers, her fingers lacing through his. No more secrets, no more hidden motives, no more fear. She took a deep, shuddering breath. I left you, Ethan, not just because of what Liam revealed, not just because of the investigator or the deceptions. I left because I was scared, terrified of how deeply, how unexpectedly, how overwhelmingly I was beginning to fall for you. It all happened so fast. Ethan, so intensely. She looked up at him then, her heart in her eyes. At the lake house, Ethan, I found something with you, something with us, that I never knew was possible. Something real, something powerful, something true. And when Liam cast doubt on all of that, when he made it seem as if everything between us was just another one of your manipulations, I ran because I was terrified it had all been an illusion, a beautiful, dangerous illusion. It wasn't, Ava, Ethan said fiercely, his voice thick with emotion, his hands tightening around hers. God, it was never an illusion. Everything between us. It has been real for me. So terrifyingly, exhilaratingly real. From that very first moment, that first insane proposal at the altar, to every touch, every shared glance, every whispered conversation since. The only illusion was ever pretending it was just an arrangement. She reached up then, her fingers gently tracing the strong, beloved line of his jaw, feeling the slight, reassuring roughness of his late evening stubble. I know that now. Ethan, she whispered, her voice trembling. I've read your words in your journal. I've seen your heart. She took another deep, steadying breath, the cool night air filling her lungs. I love you, Ethan Knight. The words, once so terrifying, now felt like the most natural, the most honest thing she had ever said. Not because you rescued me at the altar, not because of your wealth or your power, or this ridiculously opulent penthouse. I love you, Ethan, the man who paints his hidden feelings when he can't find the words to speak them, the man who champions unknown artists, the man who created secret, beautiful spaces for me to flourish, even before he truly knew me, the man who looks at me as if I am the answer to a question he's been asking his entire solitary life. The mask of cool, Impenetrable control that had defined Ethan Knight for as long as she had known him, for as long as Viridia's City had known him. Finally, irrevocably crumbled. He pulled her into his arms then, his strong body trembling against hers, his lips finding hers in a kiss that spoke not of passion, not of hunger, but of profound relief, of homecoming, of 1,000 unspoken promises finally, beautifully given voice, when they finally, reluctantly, broke apart. His forehead rested against hers, his breath warm and unsteady against her skin. "I love you, Ava Sinclair," he said, his voice raw, thick with an emotion that mirrored her own. "God help me. I think I've loved you since before I even had the right to, since before I even truly knew what love was." He pulled back slightly, his storm gray eyes now luminous in the moonlight, searching hers. "I will spend the rest of my life, Ava, earning your trust, earning your forgiveness, if you'll only let me." "Our lives, Ethan?" she questioned softly, her heart pounding a wild, joyous tattoo against her ribs. Not just the year we agreed to, not just the terms of our contract." A smile, slow and dazzling, transformed Ethan Knight's usually severe face. A smile so open, so vulnerable, so utterly radiant with joy. It made Ava's breath catch in her throat. "I never wanted just a year with you, Ava," he confessed, his voice husky with emotion. "From that first moment, that insane, desperate moment in the bridal suite, I wanted forever. I still do, if you'll have me." As they stood beneath the silent, watching stars, wrapped in each other's arms, the distant sounds of the Valerius Foundation gala a mere whisper on the cool night air, Ava Sinclair Knight realized with a profound, heart-stopping certainty that sometimes life's greatest, most devastating devastations, like being abandoned at the altar by a feckless, faithless fiancé, in the most unexpected, most miraculous of ways, lead to its most extraordinary, most precious blessings. What had begun as a desperate, pragmatic arrangement, a marriage of convenience born of humiliation and opportunity, had somehow, against all odds, blossomed into something neither of them had ever anticipated, a love powerful enough to heal old wounds, to bridge vast chasms of doubt and mistrust, and to forge a future brighter, more hopeful than either of them had ever dared to dream. Their emotional reconciliation at the Valerius Foundation gala marked a true, undeniable turning point. Now Ava and Ethan must navigate the challenging path forward, rebuilding their trust, not just with each other, but also in the harsh, unforgiving glare of the public eye. They decided together to share their extraordinary, unconventional story and to build a shared future founded on honesty and mutual respect, starting with Ava's long-held dream of opening her own art gallery. But will Viridia's City society, and the still scheming forces that oppose them, allow them to find their happily ever after so easily? Or are there more trials, more betrayals yet to come? Their emotional reconciliation at the Valerius Foundation Gala, a stunning public display of forgiveness and reaffirmed love, marked a true, undeniable turning point for Ava Sinclair and Ethan Knight. Now they face the challenging yet exhilarating path forward, rebuilding their fractured trust not just with each other, but also in the harsh, unforgiving glare of the Viridius City public eye. Together, they decided to share their extraordinary, unconventional story and to build a shared future founded on absolute honesty and mutual respect, starting with Ava's long-held, deeply cherished dream of opening her own art gallery. But would Viridia's City society and the still scheming, shadowy forces that undoubtedly opposed their fragile happiness allow them to find their own version of happily ever after so easily? Or were there more trials, More betrayals. More devastating secrets yet to come? Ava suspected, with a shiver of trepidation that even Ethan's newfound openness couldn't entirely dispel, that their story was far from over. 2 months later, Ava stood in the center of a raw, cavernous storefront in the heart of Iridia City's ultra-chic Amber District. The morning light of a crisp autumn day streamed through the vast floor-to-ceiling warehouse windows. The space was magnificent. Exposed brick walls, still bearing the faint, ghostly outlines of previous artistic endeavors, soared to nearly 20 feet. Polished concrete floors, cool and smooth beneath her worn leather boots, reflected the pale sunlight. Industrial steel beams crisscrossed the impossibly high ceilings, lending the space an air of edgy, urban sophistication. It was, in a word, perfect. Well, Ethan's voice, a low, familiar rumble beside her, broke the appreciative silence. He watched her, his storm-gray eyes filled with an uncharacteristic warmth and open affection she had, incredibly, come to cherish, to rely on. What do you think, Ava? Is it suitable? Suitable? She turned to him then, a slow, incredulous smile spreading across her face, a smile that reached her eyes and made them sparkle like the morning sun on the Ethel River. Ethan, it's breathtaking. It's perfect. She breathed deeply, inhaling the scent of old brick, of new possibilities, of a future she hadn't dared to dream of just a few short, tumultuous months ago. His own smile, still rare enough to make her heart perform a ridiculous little skip, transformed his usually severe, intimidating features, revealing the handsome, surprisingly vulnerable man beneath the billionaire's carefully constructed armor. Good, he said, his voice laced with an undisguised satisfaction. Because it's yours, Ava. He gestured around the magnificent, echoing space. All yours. Ethan, she began, the familiar protest, the instinctive recoil from his casual, almost careless displays of immense wealth, rising to her lips. I can't possibly accept. Before you argue. Ava, he interrupted gently, his fingers finding hers, lacing through them with a comfortable, familiar possessiveness. This isn't charity. It's not some grand, ostentatious gesture designed to impress or indebt you. His eyes, so serious now, so sincere, held hers captive. This is an investment, Ava, an investment in your vision, in your talent. The vision, the talent I first fell in love with all those years ago across a crowded gallery floor. In the weeks since their dramatic, very public reconciliation at the Valerius Foundation Gala, they'd been painstakingly, cautiously rebuilding their trust. One day, one shared meal, one whispered late-night confession at a time. Ava had eventually moved back into the Night Tower penthouse, but she had also, with Ethan's surprising and unwavering support, kept her grandmother's small, beloved brownstone in Old Viridia. It was her sanctuary, her escape, her independent space. And Ethan, to his immense credit, had never once questioned her need for it, had never pressured her to relinquish that last tangible symbol of her autonomy. He had, in fact, even commissioned, discreetly and without fanfare, a renowned historical architect to oversee its meticulous, period-appropriate restoration. Annalise Sinclair's legacy deserves to be preserved, he'd said simply when Ava had discovered the quietly ongoing and undoubtedly ruinously expensive project. Partners. Then, Ethan, Ava said now, her voice firm, her gaze unwavering as she met his in the sun-drenched expanse of her future gallery. I'll run it. I'll curate it. It will be my vision, my passion, but we will share the investment equally. As partners. The undisguised pride, the sheer, unadulterated joy that lit Ethan Knight's usually guarded features at her words was worth any perceived sacrifice of her fiercely guarded financial independence. Partners, he agreed, his voice husky with an emotion she couldn't quite decipher as he sealed their new deal. Their new future, with a long, slow, devastatingly thorough kiss that left Ava breathless and giddy with a happiness so profound, so unexpected, it almost frightened her. As they finally left the raw, promising space, hand in hand, their minds already buzzing with plans for renovations, for inaugural exhibitions, for a future filled with art and passion and shared dreams. Ava's phone buzzed insistently in the pocket of her vintage denim jacket. It was Lyra. Of course, it was Lyra. Her best friend had an almost supernatural ability to sense drama even before it fully erupted. "Ellie, thank God. Have you seen it?" Lyra demanded without preamble, her voice tight with a mixture of fury and concern. Page 6. The Clarion. That absolute viper. Isabella Rossi. The article about Ethan. About you. Oh, Ellie. It's bad. Really, really bad. A cold, sickening knot of dread formed in Ava's stomach. What now? Hadn't they weathered enough storms? What article? Lyra? What are you talking about? Someone, and I bet my last original Valeriano, it was Isabella, someone leaked a batch of emails between Ethan and that private investigator he hired. You know, the one who was watching you. Lyra's voice dropped to a horrified whisper. They're making it sound like Ethan's been stalking you for years. Ellie, like he orchestrated Liam leaving you. Like he meticulously planned to steal you from Liam all along. It's vicious. Ava's eyes, wide with a sudden, chilling premonition, met Ethan's across the polished chrome interior of his town car. He'd gone very still, his face a mask of cold, controlled fury. Wordlessly, she held out her phone, Lyra's frantic voice still buzzing in her ear. Ethan took the phone, his knuckles white as he gripped it, his eyes scanning the article Lyra had just forwarded. The headline splashed across the digital page in lurid, sensationalist font made Ava's blood run cold. Billionaire's dangerous obsession. Inside Ethan Knight's shocking, years-long plot to steal his own brother's fiancé. She watched Ethan's face, saw the muscle begin to pulse erratically at his temple, saw the storm gray of his eyes darken to a dangerous, thunderous black as he read the carefully edited, maliciously slanted article. The piece, clearly penned by one of Iridia City's most notorious and least scrupulous gossip columnists, painted Ethan as a calculating, predatory monster, a man who had hired private investigators to obsessively follow her every move, who had surreptitiously collected her artwork like some sort of deranged trophy hunter, who had then callously and ruthlessly manipulated events to drive Liam away and claim Ava for himself. It was a masterpiece of insinuation, of half-truths twisted into damning accusations. It was, in short, Isabella Rossi's revenge, and it was devastating. This is Isabella's doing, Ethan said finally, his voice a low, dangerous growl as he handed the phone back to Ava, his face pale beneath his perpetual tan. These emails, they're real, Ava, or at least parts of them are, but they've been edited, taken out of context, manipulated. He pointed a shaking finger at a particularly damning line. This phrase here, the part about ensuring MS. Sinclair's continued observation. That was in reference to ensuring you weren't being targeted by art thieves after your Cobalt Gallery showing. You'd received some rather unsettling anonymous notes back then. If you recall, threats, even. You were protecting me. Ethan, Ava whispered, her voice thick with a sudden, overwhelming wave of emotion. Even then, even when I didn't know, when I didn't understand. Yes, he said simply, his gaze unwavering, meeting hers with a raw, painful honesty. But without that context, Ava, without that crucial piece of information, this article, it makes me look unhinged, obsessive, dangerous. He closed his eyes for a moment, a flicker of profound weariness, of deep, soul-crushing despair crossing his usually impassive features. She's finally done it, hasn't she, Isabella? She's finally found a way to destroy me, to destroy us. No, Ava said, her voice suddenly firm, her own earlier doubts, her own lingering fears vanishing in the face of this new, vicious attack. She reached for his hand, her fingers lacing through his, strong and sure. No, Ethan, she hasn't. We'll fix this, she said, her gaze unwavering, meeting his with a fierce, protective loyalty that surprised even herself. We'll fix this together. By the time they reached the Night Tower penthouse, the story had exploded across Viridia's city's digital news feeds, across the city's insatiable social media landscape. Ethan's phone rang incessantly. Furious board members from Ashworth Consolidated, concerned lawyers from Knight Industries, even his own father, Daniel Ashworth, his voice a low, dangerous rumble of controlled fury, demanding immediate action, demanding that Ethan neutralize this threat once and for all. Ava watched as Ethan, her Ethan, the man who had bared his soul to her at the lake house, began to slip, almost imperceptibly, back into the cool, controlled, ruthless persona of Ethan Knight, CEO. The armor was going up. The walls were being rebuilt. But this time, Ava knew what lay beneath. And this time, when their eyes met across the vast, opulent expanse of the penthouse living room, she saw not just the familiar, intimidating power, but also the fear, the raw, naked funnet of public opinion. She realized with a sudden, startling clarity, not of financial ruin or corporate disgrace, but of losing her. Again, enough, she said quietly, decisively, walking over to him, gently taking the constantly ringing phone from his unresisting hand and ending the call mid-tirade from some sputtering, indignant board member. This isn't about them. Ethan, she said, her voice soft but firm as she led him to one of the massive, impossibly comfortable white leather sofas. This is about us, about our truth. Relief, profound and palpable, flooded his harsh features as he sank onto the sofa, his broad shoulders slumping, his head falling into his hands. Thank you, Ava, he said, his voice muffled, raw with an emotion he no longer tried to hide. Thank you for not believing the worst of me. Again. I know the truth now. Ethan, she replied, her fingers gently lacing through his, her touch a silent promise of unwavering support. Or at least, she amended, a small, wry smile touching her lips. I know your truth. I know your heart. She paused, her gaze searching his. So, what do you want to do, Ethan? How do you want to fight this? She asked after he had quietly, dispassionately outlined the various, invariably aggressive suggestions from his phalanx of high-powered lawyers and damage control experts. Ethan's eyes, when he finally lifted his head to meet hers, were filled with a surprising, almost startling mixture of vulnerability and a steely, unwavering determination. I want to tell the truth. Ava, he said, his voice quiet but firm. All of it. Our truth. No more secrets. No more half-truths. No more hiding. The decision, so unexpected, so Ethan, led them not to a battery of lawyers or a carefully orchestrated press conference, but to the sun-drenched, surprisingly intimate set of Viridia City's most popular local morning news and chat show the very next day. As they waited in the small, bustling green room to go live, Ava noted with a tender amusement the subtle, almost imperceptible signs of Ethan's uncharacteristic nervousness, the slight, restless tapping of his foot, the way he kept adjusting his perfectly knotted silk tie, the almost imperceptible tremor in his usually rock-steady hands. "Are you absolutely sure about this, Ethan?" she asked gently, her hand finding his, offering a silent reassurance. "Once we do this, once we step out onto that stage, everything, absolutely everything, will be public, irrevocably. I've spent too damn long hiding." "Ava," he replied, his voice a low, determined rumble, his fingers tightening around hers. "Hiding who I am, hiding what I feel, hiding you." His storm-gray eyes, now blazing with a fierce, protective light, met hers. "I'm ready, Ava. I'm ready for the world to know how much I love my wife. My brilliant, exasperating, magnificent wife." The interview began, as expected, with probing, if politely phrased, questions about their unusual wedding. Ethan, to Ava's surprise and profound admiration, answered with a startling, almost brutal candor. He acknowledged his long, silent admiration of Ava's talent, his deep respect for her artistic vision. He even, with a wry, self-deprecating smile, admitted to his impulsive, perhaps ill-advised, decision to offer marriage in that chaotic bridal suite. But it became something more. "Ava," he continued, his voice softening, his gaze impossibly tender, finding hers, holding it captive, the television cameras, the studio audience, the entire city of Viridia's City fading into insignificance. Something neither of us ever expected, something real. When pressed, inevitably, about the leaked emails, about Isabella Rossi's venomous accusations of stalking and obsession, Ethan calmly, methodically explained the context, the anonymous threats Ava had received after her first solo gallery show, his genuine, if perhaps overzealous, concern for her safety, his subsequent and, yes, he admitted, misguided decision to hire a private investigator to ensure her well-being, especially after she became entangled with his notoriously reckless and often cruel younger brother. It was a mistake. "Ava," he admitted, his gaze still locked with hers, his voice raw with regret, a serious error in judgment. But it was never stalking. It was never obsession. It was fear. Fear of losing something precious before I even had the courage to admit, even to myself, how much it mattered. "And what about the allegations, Mr. Knight?" the polished, impeccably coiffed television host interjected, her voice sharp with professional curiosity. "The rather serious allegations that you somehow orchestrated your own brother's disappearance on your wedding day?" Before Ethan could answer, Ava spoke, her own voice clear, steady, unwavering. "Those allegations, Ms. Albright, are absolutely, unequivocally false." She turned then to face the camera, to face the entire city of Viridia City, her gaze direct, her chin high. "The truth, the rather unpalatable truth, is that Ethan's father, Daniel Ashworth, was the one who arranged for Liam to leave me at the altar. He has since admitted as much. He believed, erroneously, that I was marrying into the Ashworth family for financial gain. He was protecting his dynasty." The revelation, so unexpected, so shocking, caused a visible stir in the studio audience, a collective gasp that was no doubt echoed in countless homes and offices across Viridia City. The truth, finally, was out, all of it, when asked, as the interview drew to a close, about their future plans, about what lay ahead for Viridia City's most talked about, most scandalous, most unexpectedly romantic couple. Ethan, with a tender, loving smile that made Ava's heart melt, surprised her and the entire viewing audience by revealing their new joint venture, the Art Gallery. "We're calling it the Sinclair Gallery," he announced, his eyes twinkling, as a tribute to Ava's remarkable grandmother, Annalise Sinclair, and to Ava herself, a space to champion new voices, to nurture emerging talent, to celebrate the power of art to transform, to heal, to connect. Tears pricked Ava's eyes at the unexpected, deeply thoughtful gesture. They hadn't actually discussed naming the gallery yet, and this public acknowledgement of her roots, of her grandmother's legacy, of her own artistic identity separate and distinct from his touched her more profoundly than any grand, ostentatious display of wealth ever could. The interview ended, inevitably, with a final, lingering question about their unconventional wedding day, about the scandalous circumstances that had thrown them together. When asked how she felt now, looking back on that tumultuous, life-altering day, Ava turned to Ethan. The glare of the studio lights, the prying eyes of the cameras, faded away as their gazes met. "Locked. Held. Now," she said softly, her voice thick with an emotion that brought tears to Ethan's own eyes. "Now I know, with an absolute certainty that stills my soul, that chaotic, terrifying, utterly unexpected day, it was the beginning of the most authentic, the most profound love I have ever known, or ever dared to imagine." She smiled then, a radiant, luminous smile that encompassed Ethan, the studio audience, the entire watching city. "Sometimes, MS. All bright," she concluded, her voice clear and strong. "Sometimes life's worst, most devastating moments, they lead you precisely where you were always meant to be." That night, as they lay tangled in the soft, silken sheets of their vast penthouse bed, the city of Iridia City glittering like a carpet of scattered diamonds far below, the remnants of a shared bottle of impossibly expensive champagne chilling in a silver bucket beside them, Ethan traced lazy, possessive patterns on Ava's bare shoulder. "Any regrets, Mrs. Knight?" he murmured, his voice a low, contented rumble against her skin. "About baring our souls to the entire bloody city? About going public with everything?" Ava studied his beloved, impossibly handsome face in the soft, forgiving moonlight. "None, Ethan," she said honestly, her voice serene. "Not a single one. For the very first time since this whole insane, unbelievable journey began. I feel like we're truly starting fresh. No more secrets, no more shadows, just us." His eyes, those mesmerizing storm gray eyes, darkened as he pulled her closer, his body warm and strong against hers. I never imagined I'd ever have this. Ava," he confessed, his voice raw with a vulnerability that still, after all these weeks, had the power to take her breath away. "Someone who knows all of meth mistakes, the flaws, the darkness and loves me anyway." "Not anyway, Ethan Knight," she corrected gently, her fingers tracing the strong, beloved line of his jaw. "Because of them, because of your flaws, and mine, they're what make us real. Ethan, they're what make us us." As his mouth claimed hers then, with a renewed hunger, a desperate, possessive tenderness that spoke of battles fought and won, of trust rebuilt, of a future finally, gloriously within their grasp, Ava Sinclair Knight surrendered to the profound, unshakable knowledge that their unusual, tumultuous, utterly scandalous beginning had, against all odds, led them to something precious, something sacred, something beyond measure, a love forged in fire, tested by relentless trials, and emerging finally, miraculously, stronger, brighter, more resilient for having faced the unvarnished, unadulterated truth. Together, with their truths out in the open and their bonds strengthened by the fires of public scrutiny and private reconciliation, Ava and Ethan looked forward to the opening of the Sinclair Gallery. It was a testament not only to Ava's artistic vision, but also to their evolving partnership. A beacon of hope in the often cynical art world of Viridia City. The night of the grand opening promised to be a glittering celebration of art, of new beginnings, and of their extraordinary love story. But Ethan, ever the master of the unexpected gesture, had one more deeply personal surprise in store for Ava, a revelation that would redefine their future yet again. What secret was he holding so close? And how would it shape the destiny of Viridia City's most captivating couple? Having weathered the media storm with their honesty, Ava and Ethan looked forward to the culmination of her dreams, the Sinclair Gallery opening. It was a testament not only to Ava's artistic vision, but also to their evolving partnership. A beacon of hope in the often cynical art world of Viridia City. The night of the grand opening promised to be a glittering celebration of art, new beginnings, and their extraordinary love story. But Ethan, ever the master of the unexpected gesture, had one more deeply personal surprise in store for Ava, a revelation that would redefine their future yet again. What secret was he holding so close? And how would it shape the destiny of Viridia City's most captivating couple? The answer, like so much in their whirlwind romance, would be anything but predictable. The night of the Sinclair Gallery opening arrived on a perfect, crisp spring evening in Viridia City's ultra-chic Amber District. Stars, like scattered diamonds, glittered with an almost unnatural brilliance against the black velvet canvas of the city sky. Inside the transformed, once raw gallery space, excitement pulsed like a living, breathing entity. The air thrummed with a potent cocktail of anticipation, champagne, and the subtle, intoxicating scent of expensive perfume. Viridia City's art critics, a notoriously cynical bunch, mingled surprisingly affably with A-list celebrities, their faces artfully arranged in expressions of thoughtful appreciation. Established, deep-pocketed collectors, the lifeblood of any successful gallery, chatted animatedly with wide-eyed, hopeful art students from the city's less privileged boroughs who had received special, personally curated invitations from Ava herself. It was a vibrant, eclectic mix, exactly the kind of democratic, inclusive atmosphere Ava had always dreamed of fostering. And, at the center of it all, a radiant, luminous vision, stood Ava Sinclair Knight. She wore a bespoke gown of midnight blue silk, the exact shade Ethan had so hauntingly, so accurately captured in his own raw, emotional, abstract painting, the one that now hung, a silent testament to their shared journey. In their private collection, the gown, deceptively simple in its cut, flowed around her like liquid starlight, its understated elegance a stark contrast to the usual Viridia City penchant for ostentatious displays of wealth. Her dark, lustrous hair was swept up in a soft, intricate knot, revealing the delicate curve of her neck and the sparkle of her grandmother's antique pearl and diamond earrings. Her only adornment, her silent tribute to the woman whose artistic legacy she now carried forward. She looked, Ethan thought as he watched her from across the crowded, buzzing room, utterly, breathtakingly magnificent. His wife. Nervous? Ethan murmured, materializing at her side as if summoned by her unspoken anxiety. A flute of chilled champagne appeared as if by magic in his hand. He offered it to her, his storm-gray eyes warm now with an open, undisguised affection that still, after all these months, had the power to amaze her, to make her heart perform a ridiculous little somersault, holding her gaze steadily. Terrified, she admitted, accepting the champagne with a grateful smile. The cool glass, a welcome anchor in the swirling sea of her emotions. Absolutely, utterly petrified. What if? What if no one understands what we're trying to do here? Ethan? What if they hate it? What if I fail? His fingers found hers, lacing through them. His touch a familiar, reassuring warmth. They will understand. Ava, he said, his voice a low, confident rumble that soothed her jangled nerves. And if, by some remote chance, some of them don't, it doesn't matter. Not really. He squeezed her hand. This isn't about them. Ava, not entirely. This is about the artists, the ones who've never had a platform, whose voices have been silenced for too long. This is about your vision. Ava, the vision I recognized, the vision I fell in love with, even before I truly understood the woman behind it. The Sinclair Gallery had indeed undergone a miraculous transformation in the mere 6 weeks since they'd first stood in its raw, cavernous shell. Under Ava's passionate, meticulous direction, the once derelict industrial space had become a stunning, world-class showcase for emerging, often marginalized talent. Artists from Viridia's city's underserved communities. Artists whose powerful, challenging voices had long gone unheard in the city's traditional, anachronistically elitist art world, now had a place to shine. Every detail, from the innovative, eco-friendly lighting designed to highlight each piece to its absolute best advantage, to the thoughtful, provocative arrangement of the works themselves, an arrangement that told a collective, compelling story of struggle, of resilience, of defiance, of triumph reflected Ava's impeccable eye, her unwavering commitment to her vision. What had begun as their joint project, a shared investment in a dream, had quickly, organically become Ava's singular passion. Ethan, with a surprising, almost uncharacteristic humility, had stepped back, content to support her vision, to provide the resources and the unwavering belief she needed, rather than imposing his own formidable will, his own often intimidating taste, his only insistence, his only non-negotiable contribution to the gallery's design had been the small, intimate room at the very rear of the sprawling space, a special private exhibition area he'd kept mysteriously, tantalizingly off-limits to Ava, to everyone, until tonight. The secrecy surrounding it had been driving her mad with curiosity for weeks. What could he possibly be planning? It's almost time for your speech. Ava, Ethan reminded her gently, his hand warm and reassuring at the small of her back, guiding her subtly towards the minimalist glass podium that stood at one end of the main gallery space. Ava nodded, taking a deep, steadying breath. The past few months, since their dramatic, very public television interview, had been a whirlwind. The Viridia City public's initial, insatiable fascination with their scandalous, unconventional love story had, at first, threatened to overshadow Ava's professional identity, to reduce her to merely Mrs. Ethan Knight. But Ethan, with a skill and a subtlety that had surprised and impressed her, had skillfully, almost imperceptibly, redirected the relentless media attention towards her considerable artistic credentials, her passionate vision for the Sinclair Gallery, her commitment to fostering a more inclusive, more representative art world. Isabella Rossi, thankfully, had vanished from their lives, retreating to lick her wounds and presumably plot her next social conquest in some exclusive European enclave after a brief, rather ugly, and ultimately futile confrontation where she'd astonishingly admitted to leaking the damaging emails in a last-ditch, jealous attempt to destroy their marriage. It hadn't worked. If anything, it had only solidified Ava and Ethan's bond, forging it anew in the crucible of shared adversity. Liam, even more remarkably, had eventually reached out, not with his usual charming manipulations, but with what seemed to be a genuine, if somewhat belated, apology. He'd admitted his own considerable faults, his own casual cruelty, and had, with a surprising maturity, accepted his father's rather blunt offer to manage the Ashworth Consolidated European branch from their London officia position that conveniently kept him an ocean away from Viridia City and from any further temptation to meddle in their increasingly complicated yet surprisingly resilient lives. Most surprisingly of all, perhaps, Daniel Ashworth had become an unexpected, if sometimes gruff and overly critical, ally. His initial, deeply ingrained disapproval and blatant interference had gradually, almost grudgingly, given way to a genuine, if still somewhat reluctant, respect as he witnessed Ava's sharp business acumen, her unwavering artistic integrity, and her fierce, unshakable commitment to Ethan's happiness. The old man's gruff, almost reluctant acknowledgement. "You're good for him, Ava. Better than I ever expected. You remind me of his mother," had become a tentative, fragile bridge toward the real, if still somewhat formal, relationship. Small miracles, Ava had come to realize, often arrived in the most unexpected, most unpromising of packages. As Ava approached the small, elegant podium, a hush fell over the glittering, expectant crowd. She looked out at the sea of faces, the curious, the critical, the genuinely enthusiastic, and found the ones that mattered most. Lyra, her best friend, her steadfast rock, beaming with an almost maternal pride, her eyes suspiciously bright. Her former gallery mentor, the venerable Julian Croft, who had championed her early, unconventional work when no one else would, giving her a small, almost imperceptible nod of approval. And Ethan, her Ethan, his storm-gray eyes, intense and unwavering, never left her face. His love, his pride, his unwavering belief in her, written so plainly, so openly in their turbulent depths, it made her own heart ache with a fierce, protective tenderness. "Welcome," she began, her voice surprisingly steady, resonating clearly in the suddenly silent, cavernous space. "Welcome to the Sinclair Gallery." She smiled, a genuine, radiant smile that encompassed everyone in the room. "This space, this gallery, it represents not just my dream, though it is certainly that. More importantly, it represents the dreams of countless artists whose voices, whose visions, whose unique perspectives deserve to be heard, to be seen, to be celebrated. Each piece you see here tonight, each brush stroke, each sculpted form, each captured image, tells a story of struggle, of joy, of resilience, of the complex, messy, beautiful human experience that connects us all, that makes us who we are." As she spoke passionately, eloquently, about the mission of the Sinclair Gallery to champion emerging talent, to challenge conventions, to foster a dialogue between diverse artistic voices and a wider, more inclusive audience, Ava felt a profound, almost overwhelming sense of rightness, of purpose. This was what she had been working towards her entire career. This was why she had endured the snubs, the rejections, the condescension of the established Viridia City art world, to create a space where art could truly build bridges, where talent mattered more than connections or pedigree, where innovation and authenticity were prized above all else. "And finally," she said, her voice softening, her gaze finding Ethan's across the crowded room, "I want to thank my husband, Ethan Knight." A warm, appreciative murmur rippled through the audience, whose belief in this vision, in these artists, in me, has never, not for a single moment, wavered. Without his unwavering support, his insightful counsel, his sometimes infuriatingly astute critiques, and his absolute, unshakable faith in my ability to bring this dream to life. The Sinclair Gallery would have remained just that, a dream. She raised her champagne flute in a silent toast to him, her eyes suspiciously bright, locking with his. Thank you, Ethan, from the bottom of my heart. The speech concluded to a wave of enthusiastic, sustained applause. Conversations resumed, a vibrant, excited buzz filling the gallery as guests moved through the stunningly curated space, examining the artwork with fresh interest. With a newfound appreciation, Ava hoped for the stories, the visions, the passions that lay behind each piece. Ethan was at her side instantly, his eyes blazing with an undisguised pride that made her own cheeks flush with pleasure. That was perfect, Ava, he said, his voice a low, intimate rumble meant only for her ears as he took her hand, bringing it to his lips, his gaze never leaving hers. Absolutely perfect, just like you. Hardly perfect, Ethan, she laughed, a light, giddy sound as she leaned into him slightly, reveling in the familiar, reassuring strength of his presence. But lucky, definitely lucky, I never, ever imagined, not in a million years, when Liam left me standing alone at that altar, that I'd end up here, exactly where I was always meant to be. His expression grew serious, then a familiar, intriguing glint of mystery, of Ethan-ness, returning to his storm-gray eyes. There's something else, Ava, something I want to show you. The back room. It's ready now. Her curiosity, which had been simmering on a low boil for weeks, instantly flared. Ethan had been so infuriatingly, tantalizingly secretive about this particular space, this hidden annex at the rear of the gallery. He'd worked on it himself with a hand-picked team of discreet contractors, often late into the night when she wasn't present, keeping the door resolutely, maddeningly locked until tonight. What had he been up to? What surprise? What new Ethan Knight revelation awaited her now? What have you been plotting in there, Ethan? She asked, a playful challenge in her voice as he led her, his hand still firmly clasping hers, through the appreciative, parting crowd towards the mysterious, unmarked door. You'll see, he murmured, his eyes twinkling with a suppressed excitement that was utterly endearing. Patience. The small, select group of guests Lyra, Julian Croft, a few key critics and collectors that had somehow, almost instinctively, gathered outside the closed door parted for them, their faces alight with anticipation. With a shared, knowing curiosity, Ethan positioned Ava directly in front of the door. Then, with a theatrical flourish that was so unlike his usual austere demeanor, he placed his large, warm hands gently over her eyes. Ready, my love, he whispered against her ear, his breath sending a delicious, anticipatory shiver down her spine. Ethan? She protested, laughing. What on earth? But her heart was pounding, a wild, joyful drum against her ribs. Yes, she finally breathed, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, I'm ready. The door swung open silently. Ethan guided her a few steps forward into the darkened space. Then, with a soft, almost reverent sigh, he removed his hands. Ava blinked, her eyes slowly adjusting to the subtle, artfully arranged gallery lighting. And then she gasped, a sharp, incredulous intake of breath that seemed to echo in the sudden, profound silence of the room. The walls held a single, breathtaking, continuous installation, her artwork, arranged chronologically, from her earliest, hesitant student pieces charcoal sketches, tentative watercolor, a surprisingly bold abstract oil from her final year at the Viridius City Academy of Arto her most recent, mature, critically acclaimed creations. Her entire artistic journey, her life's work, displayed with a reverence, a sensitivity, an understanding that stole her breath, that brought tears, hot and unstoppable, to her eyes. And there, in the very center of the room, bathed in a soft, focused spotlight, stood a simple, elegant glass case. Inside, nestled on a bed of midnight blue velvet, lay her grandmother's ancient, paint-stained wooden palette and a collection of her worn, beloved brushes, preserved, cherished, like precious, sacred artifacts. "Ethan," Ava whispered, her voice choked with emotion, tears streaming unheeded down her cheeks as she turned to face him, her heart so full it felt as if it might actually burst. "How? How did you?" "I've been collecting your work for years. Ava, remember?" he said softly, his own eyes suspiciously bright as he gently wiped a stray tear from her cheek with his thumb. "And your grandmother's tools. Annalise's legacy. They were in a dusty, forgotten box in the attic of the old Viridia brownstone. I found them when I went to retrieve some of your other supplies for the studio here." He smiled, a slow, tender smile that reached deep into her soul. I thought they deserved to be seen, to be honored." Ava moved slowly, almost reverently around the intimate, chapel-like space, her gaze tracing the familiar lines, the beloved colors of her own creative evolution. Each piece represented a moment, a struggle, a breakthrough in her artistic journey stepping stones, hard-won and deeply personal, that had led her, improbably, miraculously, to this night, to this place, to this man, to this life, this room. Ethan explained, his voice a low, intimate murmur, as a few select guests, Lyra and Julian among them, began to filter quietly into the space, their own faces reflecting a mixture of awe and dawning comprehension. "This room is called the Heart of Sinclair, because your vision, your talent, your indomitable spirit, that is what makes this gallery, this endeavor, so very special. I wanted everyone, especially you, to understand, to truly see the extraordinary artist behind the Sinclair Gallery. The sheer, breathtaking thoughtfulness of the gesture honoring her work, her grandmother's profound influence, her entire creative journey so publicly, so personally touched Ava more deeply than any words could ever express. This wasn't just Ethan's way of showing his unwavering support, his belief in her. This was a profound, public declaration of his pride in her talent, his deep respect for her independence, his understanding of her very soul. This was love in its purest, most unselfish, most Ethan-esque form. There's one more thing," he said, his voice even softer now, almost hesitant, as he gently guided her towards a small, discreet alcove, partially hidden from the main room, a secret space within a secret space. There, displayed with the same loving care, the same meticulous attention to detail as her professional, critically acclaimed works, hung the small, intensely personal painting she had created in the rustic studio at his lake house. The raw, turbulent, emotionally charged piece she'd made after their first transformative night together. And beside it, in perfect, resonant counterpoint, hung one of Ethan's own abstract paintings, the dark, brooding, midnight blue canvas, shot through with those unexpected, incandescent veins of golden crimson. The painting that had first so startlingly revealed his own hidden emotional depths, his own silent, long-held pain to her. "Our beginning, Ava," he said simply, his arms slipping around her waist from behind, pulling her back against the warm, solid strength of his chest, his chin resting gently on her shoulder. "Our unconventional beginning. The intimate, almost sacred display, tucked away from the public glare of the main exhibition. Felt like a shared secret, a private, precious acknowledgement of the tumultuous, improbable, utterly miraculous journey that had brought them, two wounded, solitary souls, to this very moment. Two artists, so different in temperament, in skill, in approach, yet united now by a bond. A connection that transcended all conventional beginnings, all societal expectations, all rational explanation. The remainder of the evening passed in a joyous, triumphant blur of heartfelt congratulations, of surprising, significant sales even to some of Viridia's city's most notoriously discerning and notoriously parsimonious collectors, and of genuine, almost unprecedented critical acclaim. By the time the last lingering guest finally, reluctantly departed, well after midnight, Ava's feet ached from standing in her ridiculously beautiful, ridiculously uncomfortable designer heels for hours. But her heart was so full, so light, so utterly, incandescently happy. It felt as if it might actually take flight, might burst forth from her chest in a shower of pure, unadulterated joy. Successful night. Mrs. Knight, Ethan observed, a teasing, proprietary glint in his storm-gray eyes as they finally, exhaustedly, locked the massive glass doors of the Sinclair Gallery behind them. He pulled her into his arms, his kiss warm, lingering, possessive. I believe I counted at least 15. No, 16 red solnuts. 17. Mr. Knight, Ava corrected, a wide, contented grin spreading across her tired face as she leaned into his embrace, inhaling his familiar, beloved scent. The Androsky sculpture, a controversial one, everyone said was unsellable just before closing. To the director of the Viridia City Museum of Modern Art, no less, and Amara's magnificent triptych. It sold to that rather formidable museum director from the Viridia National Gallery, in a bidding war with a private collector from Geneva. Pride, fierce and undisguised, shone in Ethan's eyes. See, Ava, I told you they would understand your vision. Our vision. Instead of summoning their waiting car and driver, Ethan, with a surprising, almost boyish impulsiveness, suggested they walk for a Walito, clear their heads, to savor the quiet intimacy of the moment, to simply be together, alone, under the vast, indifferent canopy of the Viridia City night sky. Hand in hand, they strolled through the now quiet, lamplit streets of the Ember District, the vibrant energy of the gallery opening slowly, giving way to a deep, peaceful contentment. A year ago today, Ava observed suddenly, her voice soft, almost wondering, as a familiar, ornate clock tower in a nearby square chimed the early morning hours. A year ago today, Ethan, I was supposed to marry Liam Ashworth. The date, the anniversary of her almost wedding, her public humiliation, had, until this very moment, completely slipped her mind. I was so certain then, she continued, a faint, reminiscent smile playing on her lips. So absolutely, arrogantly certain that I knew exactly how my life would unfold. How neatly, how predictably. Ethan's hand tightened almost imperceptibly in hers. And do you ever regret? He asked, his voice carefully neutral, though she could sense the underlying tension, the lingering insecurity. Even now, do you ever regret how things turned out? She stopped walking then, beneath the soft amber glow of an antique gas street lamp, turning to face him fully, her heart overflowing with a love so profound, so overwhelming, it almost frightened her. Regret it, Ethan? She echoed, her voice thick with emotion. Not for a single, solitary moment. She reached up, her fingers gently tracing the strong, beloved line of his jaw. Liam Ashworth leaving me at that altar. Ethan Knight. It turned out to be the absolute best, the most miraculous, the most unexpectedly wonderful thing that ever happened to me. Relief, profound and palpable, flickered across his usually guarded features, easing the harsh lines around his mouth, softening the intensity of his storm gray eyes. Even now, after everything they had endured, everything they had overcome, Ethan, her strong, formidable, brilliant Ethan, sometimes needed reassurance, needed to know unequivocally that he wasn't her second choice, her consolation prize, needed to know that she had chosen him wholly, completely, irrevocably. I have something for you. Ava, he said, his voice suddenly husky as he reached into the inner pocket of his impeccably tailored tuxedo jacket. A first anniversary gift. Of sorts. Our wedding anniversary isn't for another week. Ethan, she reminded him, a teasing, loving smile playing on her lips. Not our wedding anniversary. No, he clarified, a faint, almost boyish flush rising on his high cheekbones. The anniversary, Ava, the anniversary of the day I finally found the courage, the audacity, the sheer, unmitigated gall to claim what I had wanted so desperately for so very, very long. He withdrew a small, battered, midnight blue velvet box from his pocket. Ava's breath caught in her throat. It was the box that had held the stunning, enigmatic black diamond ring he had placed on her finger at their surreal, impromptu wedding. But when he opened it, the ring nestled inside, glittering wickedly in the soft glow of the street lamp, was different, breathtakingly, heart-stoppingly different. The magnificent black diamond, her wedding band, was still there, its dark, mysterious fire undimmed, but now was surrounded by a dazzling, intricate halo of smaller, brilliant-cut white diamonds, like a captured constellation, a starburst of pure, incandescent light. The center stone, the black diamond, it's from your original ring. Ava, Ethan explained, his voice thick with an emotion that mirrored her own. But I had it reset. Our beginning. Ava, it was unusual, unconventional, built on an arrangement, a contract, a desperate decision made in the crucible of shock and humiliation, rather than on a foundation of conscious, freely given choice. He took her hand, his fingers trembling slightly as he gently slipped the new, breathtakingly beautiful ring onto her finger. It fit perfectly. I thought, I hoped, perhaps you might want a ring that you actually helped choose. Ava, this time, a symbol not of what we fell into, but of what we have consciously, deliberately, joyfully built together from the ashes. Tears, hot and unstoppable, filled Ava's eyes, blurring the dazzling fire of the diamonds as she finally, fully understood what he was truly offering her. Not just a new, more beautiful ring, but a new beginning, a chance to rewrite their story, their extraordinary, improbable love story, from a place of pure, unadulterated, honest love, rather than from the ashes of desperate, unforeseen circumstances. Are you proposing to me again, Ethan Knight? She asked, her voice a choked, husky whisper, her heart overflowing with a love so vast, so profound, it felt as if it might consume her entirely. His smile then, that rare, breathtaking, full Ethan Knight smile, the one that transformed his serious, often intimidating face into something boyishly, devastatingly handsome, made her heart literally stop, then restart with a wild, joyful lurch. I'm asking my wife, Ava Sinclair Knight, he said, his voice thick with emotion, his storm gray eyes blazing with a love that mirrored her own. My brilliant, exasperating, magnificent wife of almost 1 year, to marry me again. This time, Ava, this time with no secrets between us, no arrangements, no contracts, no time limits, no hidden motives. Just two people, two hearts, who found each other against all odds in the most unexpected, most unconventional of ways, and who want, more than anything else in this world, to build a future of forever together. In answer, Ava threw her arms around his neck, pulling him down to her, her lips finding his in a kiss that was fierce, passionate, and utterly, irrevocably binding. A kiss that caused a passing late-night couple, arm in arm, to stop, to stare, and then to break into spontaneous, appreciative applause against his lips, against the backdrop of the quiet, sleeping city and the distant, silent stars. Ava Sinclair Knight whispered the only word that mattered. Yes. 1,000 times. 1,000,000 times. For all of eternity. Yes. Later that night, much later, cocooned in the familiar, beloved sanctuary of their vast penthouse bedroom, Ethan traced the delicate, graceful curve of Ava's bare shoulder as she lay sleepy and contented in his arms. I was thinking, Ava, he murmured, his lips brushing softly against her temple, sending a familiar, delicious shiver down her spine. The brownstone in Old Viridia, your grandmother's house. He paused, and she could feel the slight, almost imperceptible tension in his body, the hint of uncertainty that still sometimes surprised and endeared him to her. Would you ever consider living there? Perhaps part-time. I find I've grown rather fond of it, of its authenticity. Ava raised herself on one elbow, her heart swelling with a fresh wave of love for this complex, surprising, extraordinary man. You, Ethan Knight? She teased gently, her fingers tracing the strong line of his jaw. You, the master of Night Tower, the king of this minimalist, monochromatic castle in the sky. You want to leave your perfect, climate-controlled penthouse for my grandmother's charmingly dilapidated, decidedly creaky, occasionally drafty old house? His expression in the soft, forgiving glow of the moonlight filtering through the panoramic windows softened as he reached up to tuck an errant curl behind her ear,